One sec. Hello? Welcome in, welcome in, Dwarven. Welcome in, Ninja. How do I sound? Do I sound okay? Um, yeah, let me zoom into that. Welcome in, sir. Sir. Okay, sound good. Man, I guess I'm gonna need some extra. Man, it zoom's not as great as I thought it would be. Okay, a PC. First, uh, in Back to the Future, in the second one, when Doc brings Marty to the future because he says your son's going to be in trouble. He's going to get mixed up in this gang. Doc shows Marty this newspaper, and on this day, where is it? On October 22nd, they actually legitimately published this newspaper. I was in the gas station, and I saw this, and I picked it up. Like this is not a prop or anything. This was what USA Today put out for that day. So there's that newspaper. There's some really funny like uh oh man, look at that. There's some like little funny sections here. Yeah, this is just something I've had in since for 7 years, and I've just never showed it off. It has some other stuff. I've never actually looked through this, but it's funny that Biden is in here. But I guess this is in within here is the real stuff. Like this is all the real news, but it's just the outside. I guess the outside page was really really sleated. 3 injured with mom rehydrates pizza slices. I like that. And there's another one over here. Woman asphyxiates in adjusting jacket. Oh, welcome in, Wizard. Welcome in, Circman, Dwarven Dad, Ninja Gamer. Man, a lot of people showed up. Yeah, great. I've had this for years. I've just never showed it off. Oh, before we start building, we're building a PC. Let me show you something else. I've not really showed anybody since, childhood. Since we've got some Marvel fans in here, let me show you guys something. Do you guys ever collect Marvel cards? This is Marvel Masterpieces from 1992, I believe. Yeah, 1992. And I've collected more than just the wrapper here. Let me show you. I've got the complete set without the specials. Sorry about that. These are different artists. This is by Skybox. Okay, so I'm gonna have to bring these up close. Well, no, I'm just gonna move the mic. Gonna be a little blurry. Yeah. Okay, so let me zoom out a little bit. There we go. This was the first Marvel collector's cards I had, well, that I collected, and these a pack were of 6 were $1. So like whenever I had $1, I would go to the store and get some. I wish I got more. Yeah, these are a lot of old school Marvel artists. I do have some older sets, but let me just kind of show off what I've got here. They're probably worth a lot of money. These aren't like I wouldn't say these are in mint condition. I've kept these in the binder, so they're in good condition. I don't know how much they would sell for. I've never even considered selling them, honestly. Man, that's a good picture of Sabretooth. Oh, it's all blurry. No. Okay, I'm just gonna have to like grab this right quick. That's a cool picture of Sabretooth. Red Skull, Rogue. Yeah, I like the 80s and 90s era of art in Marvel. Because, like, I think in the 2000s, they got some new artists in, and I just didn't quite like their style. Zoom in this. I'm using my phone as a camera. Zoom in just a little bit. See, a lot of famous names in here. Welcome in, Maven. How's it going? I'm showing off something I haven't shown off very often. These are the Marvel Masterpieces 1992 set that I've collected way back in the day, man. This is okay. That's the end of the. This is number 99, right? Yeah, 99. Okay, so that's the end of the original set. There are 5 specials, and I don't think I have any of them. But this is the next series, Marvel Masterpiece, like 1993. I see. This is a well, no, this is the same set. So I don't have the entire set for this one. This was done by Fleer Ultra. So the first one, the Marvel Masterpiece 1992 set, that's the only one I like tried to like finish. I collected other sets, but that was the only one I really wanted to finish. I don't have the specials for that one, but I'll just quickly show these off. We're building a PC today. I've got all the parts right behind me. I just wanted to show off some nostalgia here. I haven't really looked at these like since I put them away. I've just kept them in a binder. Ooh. Are these? No, these aren't the specials. These are just regular cards. Okay. These kind of cards would have like the special cards would be like they would have some kind of like a reflective highlighting, or there was one that was a hologram. There's I think it was Wolverine versus Sabretooth in the 93 set. Very hard to find, and it was a hologram card, so you would turn it and it would kind of move. These were Marvel Series 3. I don't know how I don't think I actually like set that. I don't know how I got these. I don't remember how I got these because, well, I certainly didn't steal them, but like, I don't know if these are like my brothers or if like someone gave them to me because I don't remember like going to the store and like buying packs. And I do remember like getting them and putting them in a binder. There is this one set. It's going to be after this one. It's going to be after this one. Okay, that's the checklist card for the first series. Let's take a look. So this is the first 57. Sorry, the angle's a little weird. I've got all of these, and on the back, I've got all 99 of the original ones, and number 100 is the checklist. And then I don't have any of these. These are like foil covered or something like that. There's something different about these 5. And I remember like we got like my friend got 1 or 2 of them. I never got one myself. But yeah, every one of these sets had a checklist so you can know which ones you're missing. And that checklist actually counted as a card. Now I like this set. Is this like Marvel Series 4 or something like that? Let me get to a. If you can notice, I don't know how easy it is to to see there. 'Cause I'm sorry, it's a little blurry. The lighting's not like great. My brother collected Series 1 and Series 2. Uh, I don't know if he ever finished a set, but every 9 cards here, they realized people were putting them in these binders, and so what they did was they put 9 at a time into one mosaic, one complete picture. Let me see if I can find a. I don't have. This is close. Like, I put my hand there. All of this is like one big picture here, minus one, minus this one, but different characters per card, but they combine to make a larger picture. I like that. And the specials in this, I think there was 9 specials, and they did that too, but they were all like foil cards. The checklist was I think in every set, the checklist itself counted as the final card, but before the specials. It was the final, like, regular card. Yeah, these are hard to see with the lighting and the camera. So this is another set. I don't remember what set this was. So I don't know, like, oh, this is like the X-Men set. I think all of these were X-Men members and villains. I remember collecting this set. My friend and I would collect them. Oh yeah, so let me turn this way. They started to do like where 3 of them were put together, and then on the side here, it's like legendary arch enemies, Cable and Strife, Archangel and Apocalypse, like legendary rivalries and enemies. Wizard, do you still have them? Like, do you have them like stored away somewhere? Because man, I would like to see those. My brother collected them. I haven't seen them since back in the early '90s. And this is this is the same set. These are the X-Men villains. I really wasn't a comic collector. I would read them if I came across them, but I don't think I ever owned one. And these are from the cartoon, the 94 cartoon, 95. I forget when it was released. The cartoon was great, great voice cast, and for the first few seasons, it's really good. But then it starts to kind of wane toward the end. Yeah, it just kind of. Oh, this is a completely second set of this one. Yeah, maybe if I can get a. This was like a last minute idea to show these cards off, since I was going to be setting up a camera anyway, and like I've got a camera arm right there, or not a camera arm, a microphone arm, and above is my phone balanced on the top. It's not really fastened down, it's just sitting on top of it. I think that's it. I've got 2. I think I've got 1 complete set and maybe 1 incomplete set of these, and that's it. That's all my comic cards. I just never thought until recently to show these off, because like I haven't been like the big Marvel fan is, and like collecting all the comics and watching all the movies and all that. I just like what I see when I come across it. And like the cartoon back in the day. Oh, Renaissance. Welcome in. Oh man, that sucks, Wiz. I had like some, like in my particular story, in that same vein, I had an NES and some games, back in the late 80s. And so I had an NES and some games, and I asked my dad if he would buy a Genesis, and he wouldn't give me extra money. So, but he would let me sell my NES, my games. So we went to like some flea market or something. I sold my NES, my games, and I had the money to buy a Genesis. Um, so my original NES is gone, and we had an Atari, like a big tub with an Atari and like something like 50 games. We had like a little, like you know how you used to be able to get like a little rack for cassettes, for cassette tapes. We had one and we put it with like something like 40 or 50, something like that, of Atari 2600 games. So we had a nice little set. And what happened was that got put into a shed behind uh, my aunt's house. And what I didn't know is that at some point my grandfather had sold that house because he owned it. And my aunt and her husband and her children, they moved out to somewhere else. So he just had this house and he just said, well, I'm going to sell it. And they didn't ask, or they didn't tell me that there was stuff in the shed and the Atari was in the shed. So they just got rid of it. And had I known, I would have actually gone and grabbed that, because I wanted, even though I don't really play Atari, it's from my childhood. Oh, Renaissance. If you can come to the camera right quick, I think you would like this. And if Brunch shows up, what about Brunch shows up? He would like this too. But look, I have the actual newspaper from Back to the Future too. USA Today actually published this on October 22nd, 2015, just to, complete the gag. I went to the gas station. I got this for, $2 or whatever it was, $2. So this is, this isn't a prop. This isn't something I made up. This was something USA Today actually published and was in stores. And if you were just there at the right time, you could have gotten your own Back to the Future newspaper. Now the rest of it, I think inside is just like the real normal news, but it's just the outside pages, exactly what they had in the movie. And I like these like joke headlines on the side. Woman asphyxiates in self-adjusting jacket. Jaws Without Bite is the review of Jaws 19. There we go. Yeah, love this thing. Okay. Now on to the PC build you all been waiting for. Sorry about that. Here's the case. I'm like holding this above my head because this thing's huge. This is a Lian Li case that I quite like. I don't know. I never went back. I never like looked. So I don't know if there's a regular one, or if they just said, that's the official one for today. So if I was a little more prepared, I would have had my parts list, so you guys can check. Dude, this case is, well, I haven't opened it yet, but it looks great. It's back in. Let me readjust here. That's okay. It's been like 10 something years since I've built a PC. But I used to do that, you know, it was part of my job. I was a PC technician in the 2000s. I'd repair and build new ones, diagnose them. This this looks like it's going to take some time to build this computer, build this this case. Oh yeah, yeah. Right. This last time I built a PC was around 2010. That was a 6-core AMD. I used it until what happened was the USB chip on it died, and so at first it wasn't detecting USB devices, but then it wouldn't boot. So I, and at that time, like, there were no new boards that I could replace it with because like everything had moved on. That was an AM3. That was an AM3 board, and by the time it died, AM4 was the standard, which means like a new everything essentially. Yep, we're going Linux. I've got actually this is a water bottle. My oh yeah. I got to go get my thumb drive. Yeah, we're doing Linux. This is the thumb drive that I put Linux on. Now, at the very last minute, I thought, well, if I set up my OBS with a capture card, then I can just like when I have it built, I can then plug the output of the new system into this rig I have, and then you guys can see it. But unfortunately, the capture card only works in Windows, so I've set everything up in Linux. I'm running Linux right now, and I would have to like, I just really didn't have the time to like do all this again in Windows to set that up. So unfortunately, it'll get built, but you guys won't be able to see it until until it's all set up and with OBS and all that. This thing's heavier than I expected. Let me do some of this action. Let me straighten it out. So here it is. Sorry, we're all shaking here. Let me not do that. So that's the case. It's got some front connectors here, and then 2 fans right here in the front, and motherboard. I'm gonna open it up so I can show you it's partitioned. Sorry, I hope I can. Well, you can take bets, and that's what I'm worried about myself is that. When you build a new PC, you're not guaranteed 100% that every part's gonna work. I'm building a lot of have a lot of static electricity, which is not a good thing for building a computer. So how does this come out? It's gonna be a little more. It's gonna be more complicated than I thought. A lot of screws with this. I need to get a screwdriver. Okay, hold on. Let me get a screwdriver. Okay, so how's everyone doing? What is everyone? Welcome in, Soupy. How's freaking Cirque with the sass? How's everyone doing? What's everyone doing this weekend? Renaissance, are you streaming this today? I'm doing, man, fantastic. I haven't built a PC in like 10 years, probably longer. It's- You know, I should have researched how to open this. Let me see if there's like a. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you. So they've got a manual. This is like the first. This is the first time I've needed a manual to tell me how to open a freaking case. Man, what a scrub. This is kind of embarrassing. I'm gonna be honest. Doing taxes. I did taxes last. Well, early this month. So you open the side. Let me put the up to the side. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, let's be fair. Like, cases usually aren't that complicated. You just take one side off. Top and side panel. You pull it off. Is it too much light? Electrical tape. I hope I don't need any. So remove this and take out. So this is the top grill. You can. Move this over. You can put a. If you use liquid cooling, you can put a radiator right under here. Oh, okay. Oh, this is neat. So there, the glass, it hooks in right here, and it hooks in right here, and it just kind of slides out. But I need both hands. So yeah, this is the, and this is pretty like, this isn't just like simple like, I mean this is like acrylic, like really pretty solid, pretty heavy. Take off the, no, oh, for you peeling fans, here you go. I know how much you guys like this, peeling off plastic on a new item there. Man, have you guys ever had sunburn where like it starts to peel? Man, that like I might be a little gross, but I hate getting sunburn. I hate the, getting red and getting itchy, but like when the skin starts to peel, it's kind of satisfying. I know that's kind of gross, but come on. I can't be the only one here that thinks that. So this is the side of the case. I like how Renaissance was cooking and he put everything down. He said, okay, you know what? I need to go to the keyboard. I need to answer this because this is, I can't let it slide. I'll let lunch burn or whatever. I'll let it overcook because I need to answer the crap Brigan's just saying. I'm gonna turn it on its side, on its back. That's a lot of space. So the motherboard's going to go here. It's a micro ATX, so it's going to go to like here. That's going to be the motherboard. This is just going to be open. I don't have a video card, so no video card for now. All the oh, they've already got the standoffs here. I don't need the. There's when you build a computer, you don't want the motherboard to just lie flat on this surface. So they've got these little standoffs, these little like, they're not screws, like they're like an inverse of screws. So when you screw it in the motherboard, it'll catch into these. I think I might need a couple more, if I remember correctly. So the motherboard is going to sit here. All the cables to it are going to route into here and come out this other side. So let me show you something that's unusual about this case. And right here, what you see right here, this is normally what you would get with the PC case. Put one back. Let me turn this around so you can see the back. And this is something you'd normally not get with the case. Okay, the front's coming off. So here are the giant fans in the front. So there's a mesh here. And supposedly, from what there's a video I watched. I welcome in Subnautica. Welcome into the yeah, first cam stream. Look, I've got hands too. I'm just not an AI like you suspected. So with the first revision of this case, these holes were too big. No, they were too small, I think. And so it wasn't getting enough airflow. So they recalled any of the cases that had shipped and put out this new revision so that the holes allow more air and they're better at catching dust. Now this doesn't have a dust filter, a proper dust filter, but because it pulls air from the front and not like from the ground, it should get less dust. So let me turn this around, or on the side. And by the way, this is going to be a Linux machine, primary Linux machine. I've been a Windows user since '95, and just every release, it's gotten worse and worse and worse. And I just don't like what they do with Windows 10. So I'm not going that direction myself. So how do I? Sorry, I hope that wasn't too loud. Okay, so there's some screws on the back. Is anyone streaming this weekend? What are you guys gonna play? I think Subnautica was playing a co-op game with Jordy, but I don't know. I don't think I recognize the game. What did my screwdriver? Near the anyway. You don't stream anymore? Like you've completely given up? I know you've been busy for a long time, but like, are you just completely throwing in the towel? You're really busy with work for a long time, so you just didn't have the energy for it. What are you playing, Sakako? Launcher. Oh yeah. Speaking of honeymooning, I've been kind of, I haven't been given a proper offer, but like our roommate's job, they have this issue with data. Like they get data from, instead of getting data from a database, they get it from a spreadsheet, and it's all complex and wacky and wonderful, and the format has changed. So there's talk at his work of hiring me, like after hours, to write some scripts to pull that data out and put it into a database that's more like coherent. So that might be some good chunk of change for me. Okay, so this is the back. Okay, so here's one like really, I won't say it's unique, but it's different about this case. Is that back here? So this is the panel that holds the motherboard. So this is the other side. This is an enclosure for two hard drives. Okay, so this doesn't move out, but I can. Okay, so you've got these two. Man, this is nice. I'll have to screw these in. So these, you put a hard drive or a solid state drive in here, and then you can put them here in the back. So there, you've got room for two drives. And I've got a 8 terabyte hard drive coming in on Monday, so it'll go back here. And so this wires in like right in here, like behind this pillar here is where you're gonna write all your cables for I get Cyan. Kunio-kun. Oh, Kunio-kun is fun. I've played. There's a streamer named Fool's License who introduced me to one of the Kunio-kun games in Japan. It's a soccer game, but it's a cross between soccer and a beat 'em up. So like you can punch and kick your opponents, and then there's weather too, like you could get struck by lightning and stuff like that. Really fun. We only played it briefly, but I think I want to revisit it at some point. So I need to unscrew this. So right here, this is space for two more drives. And this is the front panel, all the connections, that's what wires them up. So all the wiring is going to go right in here. So all the connections from the hard drives to they're going to go through here to the other side for the motherboard. So like all the wire clutter is going to go here. It's not really, I wouldn't really call it cable management, although you have these straps right here so you can tie them down, which I'll try to do, but it might not be. Okay, these are front panel. Oh, really? Oh, hockey's man. That kind of sucks because like the Kunio Kun has a hockey game then because like Kunio Kun, the original like beat 'em up. That's fun. It's a fun beat 'em up. You just take that concept and apply it to the sports, right? So it's you just apply the same art style and same kind of vibe and mechanics to a soccer game, and it's fun. You make a kind of a, in my opinion, soccer. I mean, all sports are kind of dull to me, but uh, you spice up a sport by adding the beat 'em up. But like if they don't get the hockey working with the beat 'em up, they did something wrong because that's it seems like it should that combination should work. Oh, in this space right here, this is where our power supply is going to go. So I guess first we're going to build. Well, I'm going to put the power supply in first. Let's leave this out. Yeah, because I don't have the hard drive yet, so I'm not going to plug that in here. I'll put the power supply. That's the only thing I'm putting on this side. So yeah, this case, it's like a dual section. On the other side, the motherboard, the processor, your video card, your cards, expansion cards, your RAM. It goes all there, and then it's just open space, and all your drives are over here in a different section. Now, if you're running a really hot drive or something like that, yeah, there might be a heat concern, but I don't think you would usually like have a heat concern unless you're just, I don't know, running a NAS or something like that. I don't know. If you want to run like multiple hard drives in one case, I don't think this would be a good case for that. You would want somewhere that the hard drives are in front of the fan so they get cooled off. Okay, so let's turn this around. No, let's put the power supply. Welcome in, Robin. How's it going? Robin, let me show you the front. So two front fan. This is the front of it, and there's a there's a mesh panel to keep some of the dust out and keep you from touching the fans. So that's the front of it. It's pulling a lot of air from the front. The top, let me show you the top. Right here, this open area is if you wanted to put fans, you could put fans right here. Or if you're doing liquid cooling, you could put it right under here, underneath. And this also has a mesh top as well. Can somebody time him out? Or no, he's a mod. I'd have to time him out. Oh man. Well, I don't know why Robin's here. And then there's the USB 3.0 and USB-C. So that's gonna be good. Okay, so let me put in the sorry. Yeah, you're gonna have to tell her because she can't hear me. What cards they want? Oh, maybe if you can explain Back to the Future too. Oh, I also have. I mean, these aren't as nostalgic, really, but I have. Oh, this is all busted up. So Magic the Gathering. I think this is like 5th series. I think this is a 5th edition or something like that. It doesn't have a date in it. Hang on, it does. $19.95. So whenever Wizards of the Coast released on 1995, that's what these cards are. But check this card out. Let me see if I can. This is a pretty damn good card right here that I got in a pack. I think someone offered me a bunch of money for this one. I think this is the best card I have. I just bought like some packs from the store. I didn't really like go and trade or play competitively or anything like that. I don't have the like really expensive like Black Lotus or a Nevinyrral's Disc, like those really strong ones. I don't have anything like that. The Jester's Cap is my best one. There are freaking lands. Oh, I have all of my lands in one deck. Patrick Swayze. So that's one deck. Well, it's not really a deck. It's just there's one set. I don't really have like a red deck or a black deck or anything like that. It's just I just have cards. Oh man, that's a pretty strong card right there. That's a heavy cast, but that's pretty freaking strong. There's a DOS game, like I think maybe one of the first, if not the first, Magic game, Magic the Gathering game on computer was a DOS game, and it was very simple. And one way I beat, well, okay, there's the campaign, which you're like a person, you walk around town, and when you come across somebody, you fight them, you battle with cards. So it's basically like Pokemon. Um, and then there's like a standalone deck builder where you could play an AI. And so I just had essentially two cards. I had Plains for the white mana, and then a card called Life Tap, and you put Life Tap on an opponent or any creature, your creature or opponent's creatures, and whenever they deal damage, you get the same amount of damage to your you add that number of damage to your life pool. So like the AI opponent had no strategy against that, so he just kept making a big army, and I kept attacking every round because I had no defenders, and my he got me into the 10,000 life, more than 10,000 life. So that's how it went. It's a pretty cool. I love the artwork on these like original, like these old Magic the Gatherings. Instant. Good art. Anyway, the Jester's Cap was my best card. Everything else is, decent, I guess. Oh, this was one of my favorite. I wanted to get more of these because they, um, so like if you had an army of these, I mean, that's a pretty hefty cast there. But if you had an army of these, every new one you bring into play would make all of them stronger. So I like that kind of. Oh, that's a pretty picture. Um, hey, look, Rock and Stone. Man, Deep Rock Galactic's a great game. I'll get back to that. Hang on. Freaking sass. I don't need any of that sass here. That's that's a cool picture. Welcome, Antenna. we're building a case. We're building a PC, but like I want to show off some of my other things before. Yeah, this is knowing Robin. That's painful memories. That's knowing Robin for like 6 years. The deck the black deck is such an interesting thing. It's that's like really like a, kind of a glass cannon, destroy everything kind of a uh, mentality behind it. Ooh, I should have streamed at night so I can get one of these. Yeah, we're using um, my phone for the camera, and I'm using a Rode microphone. I was suggested this microphone, and it's a lot better than uh, the crappy USB one I had. So yeah, so I just got some more in here. But this is just, I guess, multicolored, or my blue deck. Tenno, do you play Magic, or have you played Magic the Gathering at all? Because I can show you my good card if you know it. I've got like one good card in this deck, like one really good card. That fucking owl from fucking Ocarina of Time. Fuck that guy. That dude. Okay. Let me show you my. Oh, okay. I guess she's out. Yeah. This is called Droid Cam OBS. You can get it for free, but then it has a watermark. It'll have a watermark, some text telling you to get the free version or to get the paid version. And so to get the watermark removed, it's well $10 US. I don't know what that is and what it is in Europe, but it's for me it was an easy buy. Not the bees. They're in my eyes. Oh, that's look at that. Look at that. That's badass. That's a badass art right there. Yeah, would recommend. I had trouble setting up the. Okay, for there's no setting up the droid cam is really easy. You get the app, and then you get it. You click a link to get the plugin for OBS. But the thing is that I can't really show you, but like um, there's a setup window when you were setting up the droid cam on OBS, and there's like the what you can see, and then below that is the settings. But what you need to understand if you get droid cam is that there's a scroll bar because there's more settings than it'll show. So you need to scroll down to show more. And without that, like you can't really use it. Lobsters. That's cool. This is cool. This is like a shinobi kind of enemy there. Wow, that's a cool picture. Okay, let me since I've got some. Let me show off the one really good card I have. Somebody offered me to buy like this card for me like for substantial amounts. Hang on, just a second. Okay, I'm back. They're offering me, my roommate and his friend are offering me food. So this, if you know Magic at all, this is my good card. So you can find out what your opponent's brought to the table with this one. It's a really good card. Let me put this away. Yeah, these are like 15-year-old cards. I've never really played Magic. Oh, where's the top of this? Oh. Let me put this away. Okay. What do we got here? Fallen Empires. Oh. Yeah, my roommate and his friend are making quesadillas. Okay, so I think that's kind of everything. Well, I mean, there's a little more, but let's get back to building up. Um, that one Jester's cap. Are you talking about that one, Ninja? I might, you know, it may be really more common than I thought. Okay, well, I guess in the 90s, a guy offered me a lot more than it was worth. Maybe it was worth a lot at the time. And of course, like Magic the Gathering over time, like some cards get ooh, ooh. There we go. Rubber band. Sometimes get some cards get banned from competition. So if you play seriously, you got to get rid of those. Well, you don't get rid of them, but like their value depreciates because you can't take them into play. But if you're just playing with friends, then you know it's whatever rules that you set. Welcome in, Ark. This is way more power than I need for now, but I'm going to expand. I'm going to get another video card, and when I get another video card, I'll get a faster processor, so this is plenty of headroom. I think my current build is like around 200 watts, but with an extra video card and processor and maybe another couple of hard drives or something like that, that'll go up. I don't know at this time. It's probably an AMD card. I know generally people seek the NVIDIA, like GeForce, but like I just don't like how they run their business. The company, the management of NVIDIA kind of annoys me. Even if the products they make are pretty solid, I just don't want to give them money. So I'm gonna get something probably like a. I hear this, you know, the AMD Radeon 6000 series is not great. Like the 5000 series is more impressive. I think maybe it's the case of like the 6000 isn't really that big of a leap over the 5000, but it's, you know, it's a new set, so it's like a new price. But there's like I think a 7000 series coming out soon, which I might pick up. I don't know, but the processor I've got has a video card built in. It's one of the AMD ones, so I can still play 3D games. I can still do stuff. Um, yeah, I mean, if you don't really care about, you know, politics and how the company runs business, if you just want the card based on technology, usually Nvidia's a pretty good deal, or a better deal maybe. I think they've just got a better engineering staff. than AMD. Not to say AMD crap. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I think technologically NVIDIA's just been better. Mm. Do you mean when you say that? Do you mean the company, the management, or the products? Because I make a distinction between the two. I don't like how the management runs the company. Yes, they are very successful, so they're doing a good job at running it. But I think they don't need to be as. I don't know how to really explain. I just don't like when I hear NVIDIA in the news. It's usually something bad because they think something bad. Engineering mentality. Okay. No, perfectly reasonable, opinion. Like to dislike them, but not strong enough to not buy them. I'm further along that path where I don't like Microsoft's management. I don't like the product, so I try not to buy anything from them, which is why I'm not doing Windows 10. I'm doing Linux. Oh, thank you for showing up, Ella. Amaya, I should just call you. Amaya, let me show you the case right quick. Well, it's kind of stripped down here, but here's the front. A couple of big case fans. The side where you put a bunch of stuff in here, and then you can put a bunch of stuff in here too. I like this case. It's kind of heavy though. It kind of feels like a Dell heavy case, but it's aluminum. Okay, give me a second. And thanks for stopping in, Amaya. Yeah, like ATI, my friend was all about the ATI All-in Wonder. It wasn't the best performing 3D card, but you had a capture card built in with some good like capabilities. So I was pretty envious of that. I still would, at the time went in NVIDIA because I wasn't about like really didn't care to watch TV on my PC. So I went with NVIDIA for their 3D graphics. Okay, okay. You know what, Sakanaka, you remind me of the GeForce 970s fiasco. So they released the 980, the GeForce 980. From what I hear, it was a pretty solid card, but that was like top tier. That was the premium product. So they needed some lower end products to fill the gap. So they came out with the 970, and what they did, something like the 980 has like 8 memory chips. They're running at full bandwidth. And the 970, what they did to cut the cost was that one of the like 8. One of the 8 memory chips ran at a slower speed. So when you access this one, held the other 7 up. So either you kind of like, and what that resulted was stuttering. So like when you access this memory chip by using higher refresh rates and higher resolutions, it would hold up access to these 7 others. So like I guess the workaround was to not use a higher resolution even if your card supported it, because you didn't want to really use this memory chip, or somehow I don't even know if it's possible, but to have the game not use this memory chip and just use the other 7 at full bandwidth. But it's just like, why would they do that? Why would they release a card like that? Yeah. Well, right now what I'm running is a 660 Ti, so it's a 10-plus-year-old card, still barely chugging along. So what was I doing? Oh yeah, it's stuff like that. When it's fine if the engineers and the management say behind closed doors, let's try this, but when they release a product that's like disabled like that, it's handicapped, it's broken like that, or anything like that, and they release it for money, I dislike that. It shouldn't get to that point. They should, there's cases where like they release a perfectly good card, but you buy a brand new video card because you hear good reviews from it, and then it just doesn't work. Like that happens. That's just engineering. You don't get 100%. 100% of your product isn't the case where 100% of your product that you push out works. There's going to be some duds. There's going to be some broken ones, and you just need to handle that. But like if you deliberately in the design phase and in the quality control phase, you let something major slip like that, it's like that just speaks to me that I don't want to do business with your company. Now, saying that about NVIDIA, every company that does that, Apple's done that, Microsoft's done that, Intel's done that, AMD's done that, NVIDIA's done that. Every big company makes mistakes. So just how do you catch yourself from making the same mistake or making a similar mistake? Or how do you handle it when it's in the wild? Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, it's just a case that NVIDIA is making they're making problems, and they're not apologizing, and they're not correcting behavior. So this is a fully modular. This is my first fully. Man, this thing is like. I didn't realize I was gonna get such a heavy computer. And also another thing on top of that, on top of the AMD versus NVIDIA discussion, is that from what I hear from other Linux gamers, that the AMD's drivers are better in Linux than NVIDIA's closed source drivers, because AMD has released open source drivers, not completely open source, but like I guess mainly open source. Maybe there's like a binary blob in there somewhere, but people are just saying like the drivers are better, the software is better than NVIDIA. So that's also played into my decision, or into my future decision. And of course, this is my own opinion based on what I've heard, based on what people think. I'm not necessarily completely accurately correct. I could, be under a false impression. I use Linux Mint. I tried Ubuntu, but then they kind of switched the GUI. I like KDE, but I don't know. There's something about KDE. It doesn't quite feel as polished, at least when I used it. Then the next one that wasn't Ubuntu, but it was based on Ubuntu, was Linux Mint. So I tried that one. It was good enough. So how does this open? See, Subnautica, that's a good reason for you to like if you wanted to get into Linux. I don't know if you use it at all, but that's a strong argument for you to personally buy an NVIDIA, or sorry, an AMD video cards, because your perception is that the company supports and engages with the community and the developers more than NVIDIA does. Perfectly sensible. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, I was dabbling in Linux for a while, and then, man, this is a hefty freaking manual for a power supply. Oh, bench. I like that. Yeah, I mean, Subnautica, that's why most people stay on Windows. Like, it runs the games, it runs the software. It's not great, but it works. And experimenting with Linux is like like, whether it be work or hobby stuff, or browsing the web, or email, or playing games, or whatever you've got, whatever you do on the computer, when you switch operating systems, all of that is at risk. Like, for example, like in this car, in the PC that I'm using to stream right now, it has a capture card. Only works in Windows. There's no Linux drivers. So if by using Linux, I give up the ability to use that capture card. So that's just, one reason, someone would stick to using Windows, because everything works with Windows. And Wizard has a much more sour opinion on Linux. He's had much less success, much more frustration with Linux. Oh, look at this. Comes with the back. Hope that's not too loud. This. Look at this. All the cables. Whoa. So I'm just gonna need this one. Hang on, people. Oh, look, looks like lunch is here. Man, they're really they really like cooking. I don't really myself. Let me yeah, exactly. It's Conoco. That was the same thing. We had a Linux lab in university, and there was just a few people. There was a bunch of computers that like people didn't really use, so there was just usually an empty lab that I went to and just farted around it. Right. So like if you're programming and your tools aren't available in Windows, then you can't do that activity in Linux. So that's more incentive to just stay with what works. And some people just don't have the time or the patience or the drive to see, hey, my stuff doesn't work in Windows. Let me see if there's like some alternative that maybe will get me by. Mm. Mm. I hope you can't hear my chewing, but this is freaking good. Mm. So in my case, I do web development work, which is because I'm not married to any particular tool, and like the browsers are available on every platform. It doesn't matter if I use Windows or Mac or Linux, because Chrome and Firefox are on all of them. I don't really need something more than a text editor to write code. So every OS has one. And as far as the development environment, my boss set that up on my laptop, so he did that work for me. But that's on a Mac. It could be done on we use software called Docker for development. It spins up a bunch of virtual machines, and so we can do that in Mac, we can do that in Windows, we can do that in Linux. So in that regard, for me, I don't care about the OS. But where the biggest pressure point for me on Linux is the games. Like if a big company puts out a game, it's either for the consoles or for Windows. Like, Linux is hardly ever a target for like uh, the big developers. And for indie games, they usually target Windows because they're a small staff of like just a few people. So they usually target Windows, if not the consoles, because that's the least effort for the most. The widest audience with the least effort is to do that. You're not really going to get a huge increase in market share if you put the time into a Linux port. Because Linux is in the chicken and egg problem where there aren't any games for Linux. Well, I say that loosely. There aren't many games for Linux, so developers don't target Linux. But because no developers target Linux, there aren't many games. It's circular. But Valve, among others, is changing that with Proton and Lutris. Well, Valve is behind Proton, which is like an enhancement to Wine. Wine is an old Windows compatibility layer for Linux. Valve is contributing to that with the Proton initiative, targeted at games, at DirectX, etc. Not for regular software, but specifically for games. And then there's some clients like, there's one called Lutris. There's one called Play on Linux, which is like the developers of those. They go and see, okay, I want to run StarCraft on Linux. What do I need? What kind of environment do I need? So they do the research. They do they say, okay, we need Wine this. We need this software, and they write installer scripts to set all of that up. So when you install the Lutris client or the Play on Linux client, what it does is it does all of that setup for you. So you don't have to go like edit configuration files and install this, because the Lutris will do it for you. Yeah. I really give a lot of credit to Valve, because they have the Steam Deck out now, and that's Linux. So they needed, in order to get people to buy a handheld gaming device, it needs to run Steam games. So they could have gone with Windows and that would have been easy, but they decided, because of like Gabe Newell is a big voice behind not being locked into Windows for games. Like, he's been kind of vocal about having Linux work so you've got options. Right. And that's your specific circumstances. So that's like a big reason that you can't even spend a lot of time dabbling with Linux, because you can't do it for work or for professional paid video game development. You have to use what works. You can't be fighting your tools. Mm-hmm. Right. And it's perfectly understandable. Like, it doesn't work for you in all your cases, and you've tried it before and you've had frustration, you've had failure. Perfectly reasonable reason to not, try it again. But I think Linux is getting there. Freaking delicious. Yes. Like, it runs servers all day long. For work, our web servers it's all Linux. And for the most part, they're pretty stable. There's particular things not related to Linux that causes them to fail. Like, there's some really bad queries in our code that tie up the database, and so throws alarms, and when it does that, it uh, shuts down that instance and brings another online. Oh, thanks for stopping in, Owaz. Yeah, I'm taking a little lunch break. Had it. My roommate and his friend made tacos, so they brought me a taco. Right, right, and the same thing, Wizard. Like, if I wanted this capture card to work in Linux, I would have to, you know, learn how to program the driver model and peeking and poking at all the bits of it, and it's just not worth my time, and I don't have the skill to do that to get this particular capture card to work. But from what I'm understanding, in my case, I can go with the USB 3 capture card, and a lot of those use this protocol called UVC, like Universal Video Controller or something like that, that Linux understands. So like every capture card that supports USB 3 and supports UVC should work by default in Linux. Right, right. You just have to say, yeah, I like the things it does, but it doesn't do everything I need, and I need to do these things. I need to do these work things. I want to play games. I need to capture my retro consoles or whatever you have to do. Like, if it doesn't do everything you need it, you can dual boot, but that's kind of a hassle too, especially when everything works on a Windows. Like, why would you switch to Linux when you're hobbling yourself? Okay, let me wash my hands. And all all dirty. Give me a second. Okay. Yeah. Um, Years ago, so kind of how like streamers on Twitch were highly recommending and buying Elgato's cards. Like, there was some like big spike in recommendations and people getting it and people saying, "Oh yeah, I just got a new Elgato and I can capture Nintendo or whatever." A lot of that. But like sometime later, there was also a rash of people saying, "Oh, my Elgato stopped working," and like not just one or two people, like many people were complaining, "Oh, my Elgato stopped working, so I'm gonna go get the new HG60S or whatever." Um, and so that's kept me from like even considering them. It's just if it's just one or two people, yeah, that's fine. I just one or two people having their cards fail. That's just natural. That's just normal. But like there was a big like rash of people getting that, so I'm just not gonna even consider them. There's a YouTuber, I forgot his name, something Vox, who does like reviews of audio hardware and capture devices, and he's got a rash of videos about capture devices in Linux. So I'm gonna go look at his stuff to see what he recommends. Oh shit. Yeah. Yeah, that kind of attitude is why I would not buy from that company. That kind of attitude. Like, you're by ignoring your customer, you're nearly guaranteeing that that customer is going to stop buying from you. It's worth your time and effort, whatever money it costs, in most cases to keep your customers happy, because you want to make money in the future. And you're, should I eat it? Um, yeah, that's just a way to hamper your business. All these to the side. It's pretty primo stuff here. I know this is just a built, vinyl bag or whatever, but I like this. I like when a company. This is like a not a most expensive. This isn't the most expensive PC on the market. Power supply on the market. This is probably mid-range, but like the stuff like this, the little attention to detail, little extras, like it's all labeled properly, and there's a manual and there's stickers and stuff like this. This is why I like this company's. I've heard they've had. I didn't do any research, but I heard they had Japanese capacitors in this one, so those are expected to last longer. I had a Corsair before. I bought a Corsair for which is in this computer right now. And the Corsair I bought is 10 years old, still going strong, no issues. So going back to what we're talking about, because this company sold me a product 10 years ago that lasted, coming back to them. I mean, I know, $150 or $200 or whatever it was, every 10 years isn't a lot of money to them. But when somebody asks me, what power supply do you recommend? I say, try a Corsair. Because personally, they've been great to me. Some barbecue sauce. Yeah, let me go ahead and dunk the desiccant in there, in the salsa. With a little spice. Oh yeah, this is overkill. I'm only going to use like a third of this wattage today, like until I get my graphics card. When I get my new graphics card, I'll get a new piece or computer or processor to go with it. I may get a new hard drive or something else to go with it. This is plenty of headroom for the life of the computer. This is saying I'm going to get this power supply and no other power supply for this computer. OCZ, I remember hearing a lot of trash about them. You guys remember late 2000s when solid state drives were first coming out? Like they were super expensive and very small, like maybe a gigabyte, maybe, and they were fast because they were all chips, no moving parts. They were fast. But OCZ, time and time and time again, I heard people say, man, I got an OCZ solid state drive. It died in 6 months. It died in a year. It died in 9 months. And they because it was so fast, they couldn't give up that kind of speed because they were using it not as a permanent storage, but as a cache. And it really, whatever they were doing, if they're doing rendering or database, whatever they were doing, that the speed of those solid state drives was just unmatched, and like they were addicted to it. So their drive would die in like 6 months or 9 months. They would send it back, they get another one, dies in 6 months or 9 months. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not like fooling around just for paying money for something that works 6 months at a time. Right. Right. Like it was the controller and it was like the memory that it just wasn't built for that real like more demanding kind of stuff like torrenting and database work and video editing, like the stuff that really starts to stress the drive. They weren't really built for that kind of torment, that kind of work. And people were just going through them like year after year after year because that they just like the speed of it. Like when it worked, it was great. But man, like that's another thing saying like if I hear that kind of a news from OCZ, why would I ever spend money on OCZ's stuff? Like if they're that lax and like dismissive about their issues, why would I spend money with them? this I recommend Corsair if you're ever gonna build your own, or if you need to replace. These guys are great. There has been some news somewhat recently about Corsair's products, like not power supplies, but something else, and they were being kind of shitty about it, and like they weren't really handling it well, like some failure rate or something like that about some product. It's vague to me now, but usually, aside from that specific incident, like it's just been a great brand name with like great products, great like reliability, and great customer service. Okay, let's put. I was like, what are we doing now? Yeah, because we keep talking about everything else, but the build. Usually, it's funny because when I was in the 2000s, I was a computer technician, so I'd diagnose, repair, upgrade, and build new PCs. That would just daily. Uh, and my record was something like 10 or 15 or 20 minutes from having all the parts to building a new computer, and it's like been it's been an hour and a half, and we were just finally getting the first part in there. Just you guys are slowing me down. You stop. So how does this go in? This doesn't have. Oh, idiot. I'm like, where are the screws that hold that in? That's the inside. That's the outside. So we got three. This one screw is in so that this only goes one way. Like these two screws are inward, so there's only one way to install this. That would be this way. It's great having you all here, even if we're just talking nonsense about whatever. Like, it's great that you guys have showed up. And so far, we haven't gotten people who saying, "Oh, you bought a Lian Li, those are trash. You bought a Corsair, those are trash." Like, you got those vocal, really vocal. I mean, I was just saying about OCZ, but like, don't like go into a stream and trash the game they're playing, unless it's unless you're watching Burst here, because he just plays trash. That's perfectly understandable for bursts. Uh, I don't like go into a stream and trash what they're doing. It's bad form. Okay. Now, this is a pretty weighty power supply, so it's gonna go in like this. Sorry. Why am I complaining? Why am I apologizing to my power supply? It doesn't have feelings to hurt. I feel like Canadian. I remember years ago I heard a Canadian admitting that like he was with a person and he bumped into a door and he said, "Oh, I'm sorry," to the door. It's like, yes, it's very Canadian to do. Let's put these, and do I use regular screws or thumb screws? I guess we're using, I don't see any, I think everything for the cases, for the outside of the case is thumb screws. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, but the funny thing is that he didn't bump into a person. Yeah, that's perfectly understandable why he did it, because it's a reflex when you bump into someone, but like he apologized to a door, and then it's just uh, the guy who did that was telling us that he did that, like, so he was just kind of laughing about his own reflex. Yeah, yeah. like when I was told why, well, at least what I was told was the people say bless you because your heart stops and you're thanking God that your heart started beating. But like if you think about it, everyone sneezes at some point. So if your heart stopped and that was it, then there would be no humans around. So even if it does stop, it would make no sense for it to stay stopped. Okay, so that's power supply. Let's hold off on the cabling. Let me get the motherboard in. So this is I'll figure out what this is. This is a new connector to me. I think this is USB. Yeah, this is USB. Oh no, this is HD audio. So this is the audio connector for like regular audio, and then this is going to be the block for USB for the front two, or what's called the front panel USB, but on this case it's at the top. When I was working as a computer technician, when motherboards and cases first started doing USB front panel, like all of these wires were all individual because there was no standard about which wire, which pin is what. So it would all be just like fanned out like that. And you would have to like grab, like this is the +5 volt and you'd have to plug it into the correct spot in the motherboard. This is the ground, you got to plug it into the correct spot. This is the -5 volt, and then etc. So it was just this really like really tedious kind of one by one connection because there was no standard between the motherboard and the cases. But then at some point they finally standardized which pins are which, because one row is for one USB slot and the other row is for another slot. And once they all agreed to a standard, then they can make a block connector like this. That I hated doing that. USB wiring, but it was nice to have it in the front. Welcome in, Capsis. Or sorry, Cax Ips. I'm gonna call you Cax because that's kind of hard for me to say. How's it going? Are you a fan of PC building? Have you done it yourself? We've been at this for an hour and a half. We're just barely putting the first component in. I'm very experienced with building computers, but I haven't done it in 10 years. And we've been just talking about a bunch of stuff like Marvel and Magic the Gathering and NVIDIA, AMD, just a bunch of stuff. Hey, Tentative, welcome in. I guess I can show you right quick my case. So this is a Lian Li. It's taken apart right now, but this is the top. Some USB connections, USB-C. The front of the case is this, and there's a mesh for this. There's no no actual filter. This mesh is supposed to be the filter, but because it pulls from the air from the front and not the ground, I'm not expecting as much dust in here. But even if it is, if I get dust, it's easy enough to like take it outside and dust it out. Let me show you something that's kind of unique about this case, really unusual, but here's one side of it. So in here, motherboard, and usually you put your, there's not even, okay. There's no room for an optical drive. That's fine. I have an optical drive, a DVD burner that I was thinking of putting in here because I've got DVDs, but I don't care. I don't care enough to put one in here. If I need to read DVDs, I'll just get an external enclosure. Hey, welcome in, Brandonson. So normally PC cases, like they end here. This is the panel you mount the motherboard onto, and then all your stuff goes on the motherboard. Your video cards and your expansion cards go here, and normally like if you had CD drives or DVD drives, they'd go up here, and if you had hard drives, they'd go down here. But what Lian Li has done is this. I'm going to turn this around. This is the back. Now, usually with most PCs, there was nothing back here. The plate you you mount the motherboard to is the side of the case. But what Lian Li's done is that they've expanded, they made it wider, and they've given a compartment over here. So this, in this cage, you can put 2 hard drives. You can mount, you screw them to this, and then you just put them in here. You can put 2 hard drives here. It's my power supply, and all the cabling goes back here. There's a bar. So, and there's tie downs, there's or not, there's Velcro ties, so you can get it all nice and clamped together. And then here's this little support that'll hide that. Okay, hang on. Arc, yes, please. Go ahead. Thank you. With full, what's the with full prejudice or whatever it is, whatever the term is to get rid of it. Yeah, it's an O11 Air Mini. So the O11 Air is larger, it's taller. This is a mini, but it's mid ATX, so I can fit like a micro, or I think I could fit like a full ATX board in here, but I went with the micro ATX board. Welcome in, Noozle. The Verge. I don't really like the Verge, personally. There's, I think there's a few like notorious like articles or something like that that's like kind of reveal their bias or their competence or something. I don't know. When I hear of the Verge, it's usually in a bad light. That's all right. That's fine. But thank you, Ark. I didn't even know that was a bot. Okay, so Noozle and Brandonson, like we've been here for like an hour and a half, just talking. Like this is the first component I put into the case because we've just been talking. I've had some lunch. We've been talking about all sorts of stuff, and I've been showing off. Oh, since I've got some new viewers in, let me show you guys some nostalgia. Now it'll be IDE man. I hope to never see an IDE cable for the rest of my life. But let me show you some childhood nostalgia for me. And we'll just be quick about it. If you want to say more, I've showed more at the. You can watch the VOD where I showed it off more. Let me go ahead and fix that. Let me get that sass out of here. So I have some just various Magic the Gathering cards from childhood. This is the best card I own. So I put it there, but yeah, I've got, oh, these are all the like artifacts and artifact creatures and islands and stuff like that. I remember I kind of sorted this into different like colors and stuff like that, and that's what this is. But yeah, I've got some more cards down here. I'm just kind of showing them off. But nothing like this is probably the best card, but Ninja Gamer says like this card isn't very expensive, so it's not. I guess it's not really. It's either like not using in competition, or just it's common. It's more common than I thought. Yeah, these are 1995 and 96, or sorry, 95 and 97. Like I think they're 5th edition. And even yeah, it's great to have you guys. And even older than those Magic cards were my Marvel cards. These are from 1992. 1992 Marvel Masterpieces. And I've got a full set minus the special cards of these. Great freaking art. These have great art. I really like their artistry of these. After this, they started to go downhill. In my opinion, now if you ask Wizard, he thought they started going downhill before this. But that, you know, we just have different opinions. That's all. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've got a full set of the regular cards here. And I did collect these. I remember going to the store, like they were $1 for a pack of 6, and you know, we my friend and I, you know, whenever we had a little bit of money, we'd go to the store and get some. Oh, I'm missing one. Thought I had a full set, so I need to figure out who that is. Find it somewhere. And you look on eBay to see if someone has that one. This is the next series. I think this is 1993 Marvel Masterpieces. So this is the next year they release this. Oh, you guys remember the 2099 series? There was a set of comics, a new branch in 2099. There's like Spider-Man and Doctor Doom, the X-Men. There's Doom, Ravage, 2099, and they try to do something in the future, 100 years in the future, but eventually, like, people didn't like it, and so they retconned it. They canceled it, and then they retconned it. Now these are some clear ultras. These are pretty good, but I don't quite like these as much as the original. And the Marvel Masterpiece 1992. That's my, like, I might have a complete set of another one, but that's like the one I tried my hardest to complete back in the day. I guess I'm missing one card. These are cool. I mean, these are all cool. I like all of these. I don't, you know. Oh, and here's the wrappers. I remember I wanted to keep the wrappers. Prosperity. A couple of them. But man, those 1992s, those are like, that's heavy nostalgia for me. Well, I mean, I know you're joking, but the 29, that was completely different people, like taking up the Punisher mantra, or the Punisher persona, and the Spider-Man persona, and Doctor Doom. Well, I think Doctor Doom was the original Doctor Doom. He like somehow time traveled into the future or something like that. When that series started, Doctor Doom didn't have his memory, so he was trying to figure out what was going on. There was an X-Men 2099, and that was a different leader. It wasn't Professor X. It was like Zan or something like that. It was somebody else who was leading a whole new team of X-Men. I think this is Marvel. It says Marvel 1992. I think this is the Series 3. I can zoom in a little bit. That is a little too far. Yeah, we'll just go through them right quick. Yeah, I've kept these for 20-some odd years. Almost 20 years. 1992, that's 20 years now. So that first set is 20 years old this year. Well, we'll skip a few. In this binder, I have more than one set. Oh, you know what? Since we have it, let's figure out who I'm missing in the first set. So let's, because I didn't even know. Well, maybe I just forgot. I was missing somebody. There's somebody right here on this side that I'm missing. Okay, so it's after Storm. Storm is number. What does it say her? So between Storm and Speedball. So it's alphabetical then. No, not it is. It is, because that's She-Hulk. It's Thanos. Do I have this out of order? Why do I have Thanos there? Not over here. Okay, let's check the checklist. I'm glad I got a checklist. Like the checklist one, the card was kind of common, so like you would know. So okay, so according to the official ordering, Thanos isn't in the T's. He is. For some reason, he's in the S's. She-Hulk and Super Skrull. Okay. Hang on. So they have the incorrect order. Otherwise, it looks like it's alphabetical order by name, by their persona. Okay, so where's She-Hulk? Number 82 is She-Hulk, then Thanos, so that's correct. Super Skrull, Strong Eye, Storm, Spider-Man, really? Spider-Man and Speedball. So I'm missing Spider-Man. Of all the like cards to miss, missing Spider-Man for that series. Okay, I know what to get there. I'll go looking at eBay to see if anybody has. Where did I? But this first set, the 1992 Marvel Masterpiece, that's my first set that I collected, and that's my most nostalgic. What am I going to put this? No, it's right. Oh, right. It's right here. I had this open for that very reason. Let me put these away. So yeah, there's like other sets like, and there's sets before this. Like if you go on the Wizard stream and talk about comic or card collection, or if you get him talking here, he'll talk you about the series 1 and the series 2 because that's what he collected. My brother collected series 1 and series 2, and I think series 3, but I started collecting after that. In this series, this is 1993, so whatever series this is, they knew people were putting the cards in these sheets, and these 3x3 sheets. So what they started to do was do the artwork. So it was one mosaic, one big picture, which every character in that picture had their own card, but it contributed to the bigger picture. So like this one, this card isn't, I don't have this card, but like you could see these all fit together into one, one larger picture. I like that idea. And on this series, the special cards do the same thing. So you've got 9, like, I don't know if they were hologram or foil cards or whatever, but the 9 special cards, I think they were the 2099 specials on this set. So do I even have that? Because I remember finding them. This is a different series. The same ones. Maybe not. Maybe I put them away. I didn't keep them in here, but maybe they're somewhere else. I remember collecting like some of the specials, and there was like Doom 2099, Spider-Man 2099, and they were all part of a sheet that made a greater collection. So I like when they do that. The individual cards come together to make like a battle scene. 1992 was 20 years ago. Okay, let me catch up with chat. I was not looking at chat. Oh man, I wish I can go get some snacks, but I'm trying to build a PC here. You'll have to ask Red Ox about Dr. Doom's qualifications, because she's more knowledgeable about that. Bicyclops. I should time you out for that, for Bicyclops, Usual. 30? You're right, 30, not 20. Man, 30 years old. You're right. Brig can't math. I think we just proved that. But I like these combinations where they have a hero and their nemesis, their arch enemy, and there's a lot for Wolverine has a whole bunch of them. He tends to make a bunch of enemies. This is I've had these in this binder. I've had my cards in these binders for 30 years. And I've just like kept them at the bottom of a bin or the bottom of my closet. I've just never taken them out to look at them. So because I was doing a stream where I had a cam, I wanted to like show you guys some childhood nostalgia. And you'll notice I don't have any music because if you guys want music, you can just put your own playlist on. Uh, I would normally use YouTube, but I don't have an ad blocker currently installed, so we'd get ads, which would be annoying. Okay. I didn't really think I was going to take this long to build a freaking computer. Okay, so we've got the motherboard in the case. Sorry, we got the power supply in the case. Let's build the motherboard. First, you know what, Wiz? I'm gonna say you've earned it. Give me a couple minutes to use the restroom. Okay, 2 hours. We're running on 2 hours, and we're getting to the second part. No sass here. Not my stream. So when I was sitting in my stream, I realized that like really late yesterday, I realized that if I did all the setup for OBS and Windows, and I could plug in my new computer into the capture, and you guys can see, like, I mean, if you wanted to, if you were so bored that you had nothing else to do today, you can watch me set up the OS on my new computer. But I think in hindsight, like, uh, oh, you're talking about that like that guy who came in during Castlevania on Saturn? His um, yeah, he was just being real, like, it isn't a case where he has a different opinion. He was just being really abrasive about it. You know what, Wizard? It's funny because after you ban him, I was watching another stream as I was going to bed, and he popped in that stream because that stream was what playing Saturn as well. So I don't know if he ran aground in that stream, but yeah, yeah. I mean, that dude was just like he's being persistent with his whatever he was talking about the Saturn's like technical details and transparency in 3D, and like he was just arguing with the streamer. Like, if you have a difference of opinion, fine, just don't argue with the streamer. Just say, well, you know what, I'll just talk about something else. Yeah, I don't tolerate sass from my mods here, Ninja. B550. Um, I look at the different chipsets on for AMD, the different AM4 chipsets, and I think this was the. I was using PC Part Picker, which is a site I didn't have, when I was that didn't exist when I was, building computers, which would have been nice, but I'm glad it's there. They let you compare different parts, and they have buy links to different vendors. Yeah. But yeah, based on the like all the different chipsets for a socket will be similar, but I think the B550 was the one that had the most features for me, and not like and still have a micro ATX form factor. Yeah, it's a great site. I registered for it, and I don't have it here, but uh, yeah, I won't have it here. I did register with the site on this account. I don't have that, I don't have it logged into that account. I could have just sent you the PC part picker link for my build, but you guys are seeing it as it's now. First, I've got usually you have a wrist strap, a shot, anti-static strap. You put it around your wrist and you ground it so that you're always grounded, but I had one somewhere. I might have just thrown it away for out of stupidity, but because I don't have that, I keep needing to go to my light switch and like grounding myself. Because I'm on carpet, but then on top of carpet, I'm on a plastic mat, but like because I've got a lot of hair and it's really dry, I do build up a lot of static charge. I need to ground myself a lot. Oh, look at this. You guys remember this? Do you guys remember DVDs? That's retro right there. Ooh, look at that. That's a little. I think that's for the sticker for the front panel, which I might put on. I/O panel. Yeah. It's got Wi-Fi, so I've got the antenna, SATA connectors. Actually, right now I won't need SATA connectors, but I will on Monday. Some instruction manual. Oh, and the reason, so there when I was looking at motherboards, there's MSI, there's ASUS, there's ASRock, Gigabyte, you know, different vendors. I think this is the one I went with because in case my processor, the processor I'm getting or that I purchased was newer than this board, I believe. And when that happens, when you put a newer processor into an older board, it might not boot because it doesn't understand what that board is. So you need to put an older processor into the board to flash the BIOS, so then you can switch out the old one for the new one. But I think this one's already ready for the, like, out of the box, it's ready for the processor I have. And I think there was a, okay, maybe I was thinking of another board, but I think there was a button to like flash the BIOS from my USB thumbstick without it. So, this may be a different board than I was thinking. So that might be an issue, but I don't think so. This one seems like when I was looking at the specs, it looks like it seemed that it supported the processor that I had. Blueberry pancake sounds fantastic. MSI. I think MSI is a pretty good brand, honestly. AC or AX? AC? Or do you mean like the antenna? I think it's eight. I think if you're talking about the Wi-Fi, it's wireless or AC. I'm catching up with chat here. Dude. I don't think I'm gonna buy a BioStar board personally. Yeah, flashback, or yeah, I think it was called flashback on ASUS boards, where you don't need the processor to update the BIOS. You stick in a thumb drive with a file on it, you push the button, and it'll, like, a light will flash when it's finished or something like that. Welcome in, Renaissance. We've installed the power supply. That's all. In 2 hours, we've only installed the power supply. So we're gonna put together the motherboard and throw that in next. Nope. The X game. Well, anyway, you know, I have this board, so I'm gonna roll with it unless it doesn't work. Yeah. Okay. So this was saying it works with all the Ryzen processors except these particular two, and mine isn't one of these. So it should just boot right up with this one. Jeez. So let's put this up here with the wires and stuff over here. Let's put all the manuals. All these manuals. Desk. Nice. I'll keep this on here. You don't need these for now. Brandonson, you might want to wait. Okay, you said later this year, yeah. Because AMD's releasing the AM5 chipset or AM5 socket this year, and so if you're gonna upgrade, you should wait until that comes out. Okay. Yeah, I might have an issue with. Man, so tiny screws. I might have an issue where it doesn't boot because the processor is too new, but I think based on the information, like that's what I was um, uh, Ninja Gamer when I was looking at the PC part picker site. Like every board I picked said, "Hey, this might not work for every board." Every board I looked at, it said, "Hey, it might not work with the 5600G." But I think on MSI's own site, they said, "Yeah, it supports that one." Nice. Okay, yeah, yeah. Aim 4 is gonna. It's the end of the line for Aim 4 this year, but it doesn't mean like you won't be able to get any Aim 4 parts at that cutoff date. Like they'll just slowly, uh, what's the word? You won't be able to find Aim 4 parts. I don't know, probably later this year or something. I don't know how. I don't know how long the Aim 4 is gonna last once the cutoff comes in. Um, there's only one reason I went with the 5600G because it comes with the integrated graphics. And the only reason I did that is because graphics cards are like 2 to 3 times MSRP right now because of crypto mining and because of the pandemic, their supply is super low. So whenever I'm hearing some different people saying like it's starting to settle down, prices are coming back to earth. So whenever or if ever this year or next year, whenever video cards are like around the normal rate, I'll get a video card and probably a new processor to go with it. Yeah, Ark, that's what I was worried um, about these cards. I thought maybe it might have been the case where I was looking at Asus boards because they have that BIOS flashback. But I think this board said like on the web page for this particular motherboard, like on their spec sheet, it says it supports my processor. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, I want to play stuff in 720p and stream it. Oh, really? When was the when was that, Brandonson? Because I've been hearing people say like the prices are coming down, but I've never heard people say, "Oh, just it's back to normal now." Thursday? Jeez. Well, maybe next month I'll look for a video card. Yeah, so I've got if I need to do the flash update, here it is. Right, fuck. I've got a thumb drive ready. This has the Linux installer, but I'll just wipe that and put the BIOS updater if I need to do that for this board. Thank you, Brandon. Let me discharge. Well, I'm not going to open this yet. We're going to get all the parts ready. Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at AMD 6700 probably, or 6800 GT or XT, 6700 XT or 6800 XT. That's probably what I would go with myself. You know what? You know what, Newsel? You know you're wrong and you persisted, so, get swatted down. Cool. I love having a chat where I can time somebody out and everybody laughs at it rather than just like it starts this big war. Some people on Twitch are just too fucking serious. I mean, there's streamers who are at times are talking about a serious subject. That's fine, but like in general, I like hanging out with people who have a sense of humor and just laugh at whatever. People don't get all the butt hurt. Unless you're a bot, I generally won't ban you. Oh, oh, hope I didn't dox myself. I didn't expect the packing slip. Yeah. Renaissance has a 3000 series, I think, a 2 or 3000 series, but he has this same APU because he didn't want to spend a bunch of money on a video card as well. Uh, so I think maybe if Renaissance, I know like, I don't know if he's got the funds for an upgrade or he has a strong desire, but if he ever talks about getting an upgrade, I would say you should flash his BIOS and then get one of these. Yeah. Yeah, Sakonica, I missed that. Like Sony, at the time, we didn't realize Sony wasn't really serious about Linux. They were just doing it. I think, I could be wrong, and if I'm wrong, Wizard will correct me, but I think they were releasing Linux on the PS3 just for a tax credit or something like that, or reduction in customs fees or something like that. It was for money. They weren't really interested in brewing or creating a Linux community on the PS3. It was just for to bring down taxes or something like that. The U.S. Navy bought up like 100,000 or something of PlayStation 3, and they run a cluster, run them in a cluster. Yeah, Wizard. If prices were better, and Brandon's saying they've crashed and they're back to normal. Um, if the market crashed when I bought all this stuff, I would have probably got something else and got a video card. But I'm satisfied with this. There's a. Hang on a second. There's a delay on this. Okay, that's better. So, Ninja Gamer, if you ever use the Droid Cam OBS, like over, I guess at the 2 hour mark, you want to deactivate and activate it again, because I was getting some lag. I'm looking at OBS now, it's just getting some lag. I'm just saying, Renaissance, in the future, if you want to upgrade, I would I would recommend this one, but you're gonna probably have to update your. You're gonna have to do a firmware update on your motherboard before it supports this one. You won't be able to just plug this one. It won't work until you update the firmware on it. But not pushing you now. You know, you're. Yeah, Yellow Dog was crap. My friend, I remember either on my PlayStation 3 or my friend's PlayStation 3, we installed Linux. It was just all command based, like it was the terminal, and there was just like, well, okay, what do we do with this? Like, there was no like software for it. It's just like a just really blank, like featureless computer. Yeah, I ran Linux on the Dreamcast, and that wasn't particularly impressive. You like that, Noozle? I can do both hands. You like that? Are you gonna sub to me now, Noozle? Right. Same here, Panica. Let's open this up. Here's the. Oops. 6 core, 12 thread. This is going to be way better than the 6 core AMD I'm running currently. The computer I'm streaming with this. I'm running OBS on right now is 6 core, but it's like a 10-year-old fucking uh, 6 core. So it still does the things I need, but like playing games, like I can't play No Man's Sky really on it. I can barely play like Warframe. There it is. I'm definitely gonna put that on my computer. I'm sorry. I forgot it's flipped. There it is. Yeah. The thing that runs everything. Ah, shit. Okay, so, um, I hope that doesn't fuck anything up. Like, there's thermal paste, and some of it came off onto the packaging. That sucks. I hope it's gonna be fine. I think it'll be fine. There's still a lot left. That sucks. So someone pushed this in or something. I hope that's right. If it doesn't like run stably, then I don't have any thermal paste, so I would have to delay the build until I get thermal paste. Two things left. Quacksilver. This one's already open. This is a hard or a solid state drive. It's about the size of a pack of gum. It's 1 terabyte. Really, really well reviewed. This is just gonna leapfrog my current system. Only $100, man. These things are cheap now, dude. If you guys are looking for an upgrade and you don't have one, definitely recommend. This 1 terabyte, it's about $100, and I think they go up to like 4 terabytes or something. Yeah, some motherboards have like 2 or 3 slots that you can put 3 of them on there. Well, let's look at this one. The main one is right under the. Okay, there's a heatsink right there, so that's going to come off, and I'm going to put it underneath here. But some boards even had like on the back, it would have a slot for one of them. I don't see one here. I've seen a motherboard with like 2 slots in the back for the more SSDs. And my final piece, 32 gigs of RAM, DDR4, 3200 megahertz. Yeah, this is. I've got G-Skill before. My previous system had G-Skill RAM, ran fine. Never had any issues. So I'm coming back. I'm a repeat customer of theirs. I mean, I would say like from what I understand, most RAM is okay. There's some definitely like bad RAM. Um, okay, so let me put this on first. This on second. Now we'll put this on third. Put this second. Yeah, look at that. 19 megabytes of cache. I remember when computers like processors had like 128K of cache, like an eighth of a megabyte. But man, that's a lot. That's a lot of RAM and cache. And my fucking room's messy as hell because I'm just throwing boxes everywhere. Okay, so let's discharge. Yeah, I think Kingston's pretty good. Corsair is a brand I trust. I was thinking of getting Corsair RAM, but um, I like, G Skill has served me well. I've never had Corsair RAM before, but I know they're a good brand. So, here we go. This is the moment you guys have been waiting for, actually building this stupid thing. All right. Hang on. Where did I put my processor? Hang on. There it is. There you are. Patriot's bad now. That sucks. It's hard to like understand unless you work in the business who's good and who's bad, because a lot of these vendors, there's like a few manufacturers that make it, like no name manufacturers, and they all just label their output. So like Kingston and Corsair could be pulling from the same manufacturing plant. They just put their label on it and I don't know, raise the price. Yeah, I mean it's in a lot of industries that consolidation. It's not just processors, it's not just technology. It's like pretty common. Like if you go to the grocery store, a lot of the food, uh, some of the name brand food, like the name brand cereal and the store brand cereal, it's the same plant, the same place that makes it. They just have different labels on it, or maybe some different proportions. Okay, so there's only one correct way to put the process. Okay, there it is. This one, no, this one is different. This corner is different than the other three, meaning that's the one that gets the, that one goes like, so okay, so it's gonna go like this. Okay, yeah. This is the corner for this one, so that's gonna go like that. Right in there. Really. Oh man. I it's funny, but I also like hate to hear those kind of like stories arc. Like they think you just like put all those RAM sticks in one machine, right? Right? No. Or maybe they're older. If they're 512, that's like DDR2. Like you're gonna need an old machine to well, an old server to put all that in. Unless it's like this is it's called the Prism Wraith or the Wraith Prism. This is the stock one because I'm not going to overclock this processor, and the processor doesn't run like extremely hot. So people are saying you could just use the stock cooler unless you're going to overclock it. Uh, if I do upgrade this one in the future, then I'll get like a maybe like a Noctua. I think if Noctua does coolers, because I think their fans are pretty quiet. Or I'll see if Corsair has one. Let me look at the. I think what I'm supposed to do is unscrew these and put this in and screw these in. But let me verify that first. Yeah. Okay. Take those out. Wait. Where's that? So okay. There's no like little like ring. Oh, this is the Intel. Okay, that's Intel. This is there's no like. How did this? Hmm. That's what I'm thinking, but I'm just looking at the manual to see if like it says that. So okay, so this heatsink here has these little clamps that would clamp onto this, but I think Wizard is correct. Where I've got to take these off and then use these screws. Okay, so oh, this reminds me. In the 2000s, when I was working on computers as a technician, when Pentium 4 came out, uh, the heatsink was like this, maybe. Like whatever stock heatsink or whatever heatsink that my boss ordered, like it was this, and it had these giant clamps on it like that. And so it would clamp onto the board, and it would screw onto the board and then clamp onto it. But it would hold it so much that the board would bend toward it. And dude, I hated that. It worked fine, but I hated that it bent the board and it kept it bent like that. So man, I never went with. Well, that was one reason I never went with Pentium for it, because I didn't want to screw up my board because the stupid heatsink broke it. Oh yeah, Wizard was just saying that he's built this kind of system before, so he's already got experience. I've actually screwed up a motherboard before, one of my own, because I was trying to take off something and I stabbed the board and it cut some traces, and so it wouldn't boot anymore. So I don't really like using a screwdriver on this. That was my own board though, not a customer's board. That was my own fuck up. I've had my fair share of blowing my own parts up. I burned a processor before. I've stabbed my motherboard. I've had plenty of drives die on me. I don't think I've had a motherboard pop, or I'm sorry, a PlayStation or a power supply pop on me, but I've worked on plenty of computers with a power supply popped. There was one customer that came in after a lightning or a thunderstorm, and from the AGP port, you could see the forked strike. Like imagine drawing lightning onto the board. That's what it looked like, because like he had his computer plugged in with no surge protector, and the strike just it fried the board. But you could visibly see the scar of the thunderstrike. So I have to put it like this. Okay. Yeah. Is it supposed to be making that noise? Yeah, I need to put this on. If I'm going to be screwing this thing on, I need to put this on firmer. for our surface. The pasta. Oh, the paste. It comes with it. But unfortunately, at some point, like the processor hit the plastic, and some of the paste came off of it. But I think there's enough to keep it fine. I don't, man. Say what you will about this cooler, I just don't like putting this on. There's just some food that has no clean approach to eating. There's just no civilized way to eat it. You could try with pancakes, but you're gonna probably get messy. Okay, this is. Go the rounds. So, Wizard, have you used the stock cooler before, the Wraith Prism, or do you use a different one? So it's hold that on pretty well. Dude, wasabi on pancakes sounds terrible. And you sound like a terrible person for liking that. I don't think I like you, Noozle. Okay. Okay, well. I will defer to your judgment. It seems like it's on here pretty nice. Pretty nice and soft. Okay. So let's put this back here. Okay. Let me do something right quick. Take advantage of using a camera. And okay. That's okay. Okay, that looks all fine. Wasn't there a video of Bjork, the singer Bjork, who like she opened up the back of a TV, like a CRT, and she said, "Hey, it looks like with these it looks like little towers, and it looks like a little city with people running around." I mean, I kind of see her point, but that's pretty silly. This kind of does look like a city. Oh, so what's this then? Oh, you might. Okay, let me check the manual. This looks like M.2 slot, and this looks like an M.2 slot as well. Let me check the manual to see if there are two of them. Give me a second. Noodles, welcome in. Welcome into the nerd corner of Twitch. This is my new PC we're building. We've been at this for over 2.5 hours, and we're finally getting to actually putting it together. Manual. Manual. This is the installation guide, not the manual. Give me just a second, guys. Let me find the. Okay, maybe this is the manual. It's not really answering my question. Is it maybe in the box? How's it going, Noodles? They're both M.2. Arc, are you looking at the manual online? Yeah, I would definitely not take this long on a customer build. I would not be chatting on Twitch. I would be actually sitting here with listening to some music, getting this done. Okay. Okay, if it blows up, we're blaming Arc, and I'm gonna go over there and get my money from him. Get 150 bucks from him. I'm gonna rough him up until he gives me 150 bucks. How's that sound? Is this the white? No, this. This. Let me verify that. Oh, it says M.2. It says M.2 right in there. Where is it? Where'd my finger go? It's M.21. That's M.22. So there's two M.2 slots if I want to. But we're going to go ahead and use this. This is a heatsink for the M.2 slot for the SSD. Okay, let me catch up a chat before I continue on. You guys are chatty today. Be Quiet. I think Be Quiet is not like a great brand. Well, okay, I won't say anything about the products. I think I would not name my company Be Quiet. Catching up. Japan cakes. Give me just a second. And welcome in, Noodles. I'm always mean. You know that. I'm a surly person. You know that. Oh, hang on. You always thought that about motherboards. Ark, what do you mean by I always thought that about motherboards? I'm not following. Yeah, new PC hype. Yep. I bought the parts I bought the parts last weekend and they shipped this past week and I was gonna stream it. I guess it never popped into your stream to let you know. I was gonna build. I tried to tell everybody I was gonna build a new computer this weekend. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Arc is on with me. We should use the first with the heatsink on it. Oh, nice. Yeah, Kirby games are generally. I've yet to, well, maybe like Mass Effect on DS. That's the only Kirby game I might not like, but I need to play it some more. It didn't gel with me when I first played it. Oh, okay, the Bjork thing. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think we all think that as kids, but like she was like one of the few people to like vocalize like pretending like a circuit board is like a little city with people running around. Yeah. You guys remember when like in the 90s when before solid state drives like you had to use, hard drive and depending on I guess the brand, oh, I'm sorry. We're getting a little blockage there. There'd always be noisy. Like it would sound like, depending on like if you really stressed it, it sounded like a nest of angry bees. And like if you were playing a game full screen and if you make the mistake of alt tabbing, then it closes the game. Well, it minimizes the game, and then you've got a black screen, and all you hear is that just raging bee nest until like the Windows like unloads the game and loads up all the desktop, and it's just like you're waiting there for a good minute while it's just angry at you. I'm glad we're done with that. I'm glad that's over. Okay, so we've got nudes. We've got the processor. Let me show you the processor. I think you are somewhat of a PC nerd, if I remember correctly. Oh, let's get a show of hands. Who's built their own computer? Okay, so Nudes has built her own computer. Robin plays. She was here earlier. She built her own computer. I built my own computer. Yeah, they always are. Ark's built his own computer. So we've got like some. We've got some the PC master race going on here. Oh, sorry. So Nudes, we're using the 5600G Ryzen. This is the one of the processors with the GPU built in, because when I was looking to when I was shopping for parts, like all what I was getting was people saying, "Oh yeah, video cards they're crazy expensive," and so after I bought everything, it sounded like the market crashed. The market for video cards has crashed, according to a guy who's in here, Brennanson. He said on Thursday, like he got a video card for like MSRP instead of like 2 or 3 times MSRP. He got it actually at what it's supposed to be. So if that holds, I'll probably get like a video card next month. 5600G. Does it say it? You want to hear? Here we go. There we go. There's one called the 5700G, but I don't want to pay the extra $100 for like, not that big of an improvement. And let's be honest, this isn't gonna blow anyone's hair back. This is a budget PC or budget CPU. So I don't want to spend 100 extra bucks on something that wasn't like gonna not be worth that in price. Hmm. Yeah. And this is another case where our opinions are going to differ, Sakanaka, but I know there are good uh, computer assemblers, but when I hear about like the big ones like Dell and HP and Lenovo, like people generally say, "Oh yeah, mine was crap," or I hear them in a negative light generally, and I kind of like the building your own PC isn't easy. What I say when I've said for the past, I don't know, 10 years, maybe longer, is the hard part about building a PC is shopping for the parts, because you need to make sure everything's compatible and everything will fit, and that's the hard part. And you need to know the terminology. You need to know what the RAM is. What type of RAM is it? DDR3? Is it DDR4? What speed is it? Is it going to work in their motherboard? You need to know all the little details. But once you have the parts in front of you and you're confident that they'll work, actually assembling it's not that difficult. Everything is keyed so you don't like screw it up. Yeah, 3600. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, my AMD like went downhill with the Bulldozer series, but before Bulldozer they had, was it Sledgehammer? It was a series right before Bulldozer. That's the processor that I'm running right now, that I'm streaming from right now, is whatever series was before Bulldozer. And so this one is a huge upgrade. Not just the GPU, but the CPU is a huge upgrade from what I've got. So I will be happy with this. But in time, I want to play like No Man's Sky and maybe Witcher and what's that game? Like I want to play more demanding games, which this will do. But if I want to stream them, I need a little more oomph. Yeah, yeah. I mean, and there's something to be said about the price too. Like Um, if you just want, if you just need something kind of in a hurry, or you want to go the pain of shopping, you can definitely use a pre-made. I won't even like give my opinion on pre-mades. Like if you get a pre-made and it works for you, then fine. Like if your pre-mades don't work for you, then let me know, or I guess let me know either way. So I've got a better understanding of who's good, what companies are good to buy from and who are not. I hear pretty much nothing but like war stories from Dell. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend Dell personally. Uh, Everyone else, I'm not sure about. Oh yeah, okay. So back to building. Back to building. Um, okay. Time for the. Oh, hang on. Let me discharge. And don't take it dirty when I say discharge. I mean touch the. I need to ground myself. I don't mean grounding myself like I was bad and I got bad grades in school and now I'm going to be grounded. I can't play video games. Racing, yeah. And see, that's the thing. Like for me, I've got a great job with great income, so I personally wouldn't mind spending a little extra on a computer. But not everybody's in that situation. Some people need a computer and they don't really have a lot of money to spend on it. Look at this. This is tiny. Look, it's like the size of my finger. No, I won't do that. Do I have a banana for comparison? It's smaller than the sticks of RAM. Do I have something like this thing is tiny. So nudes, are you streaming this weekend? I don't know if you stream on weekends or not. If we just chill. No, you were playing. Nudes was playing Mario Kart 8. I think that was yesterday. I don't know if that was earlier today or yesterday. I think Nudes has beaten Oblivion. I think she's done everything she wants. Shit. Sorry about that. That's loud. Shit. I'm sorry. Let me. Sorry. Sorry, this thing is not like attached well. Um, I hope I didn't damage. Let me check this. Oh. Did I damaging it? I think it hit I think it hit this thing. And if so, then there's no damage. Okay. I think I lucked out. And I've got a case on my phone. I'm using my phone to as my camera. Oh shit, hang on. We lost signal. Um, Sorry about that. Oh, this is the wrong app. This is the. There we go. This is okay. We're correct here. Let me. This is my fastener, my rubber band onto the. Okay, it was my rubber band until it fucking snapped in my hand. Okay, it's not. Let's pray like nothing else goes wrong with this thing. Yeah, almost. Almost. Is there any DMs? Okay, that was Amaya. Accidental full reveal. Man. Okay, so this thing again. This is my new main hard drive, solid state drive. I hear nothing but good things about this. Highly rated, so I went with that. So does it go on like this? Or does it go on the other way? Ah, there we go. Little stick of gum. Okay, so that means it's just okay. Yeah, there's a tiny screw somewhere. I think this is the screw to hold it in. Subnautica, are you familiar with that game? Like, are you familiar with it outside of meeting me? Like, have you played that game before? Um, or did I tell you about that character and that's why you know about it? So how does this? There's gonna be another screw somewhere. There's one, there's two. Okay, they're there. This one, this one. Oh, okay, man. So you've known it from way back. Subnautica, I don't know. I think I rented it on from the store or I played it on Sega Channel, but I played it way back in the day on Genesis. It was quite a bit different from anything I've played, and it had co-op, of course. Uh, so it's just a memorable game. I won't say it's a great game, but it's memorable to me. It's stuck in my mind, and it's pretty common to name yourself online after a video game character that you like. So here we are. This is gonna be tricky. Maybe I should get the other one first. So, right on. Oh, okay, there we go. Got these little extra holes on the side, so it snaps into place. So this is the correct. Is it this other one? Is it this one? Okay, this one is threading nicely. Yeah. It's a neat game, but it's a little. Oh, okay. I don't know what this is gonna go to. That's an odd screw. Unless it's this one. Okay, I think it's this one. Okay, there we go. There we go. It's on. I want to play some more Jurassic Park SNES. I think people dislike Jurassic Park on SNES because it's so long and hard. But I think the actual gameplay and the art and stuff is pretty good. It just needs the game needs to be edited. I guess I would say that. I think people were saying there's no passwords, so you've got to beat it in one sitting, but it's a really long game, something like that. There wasn't people weren't complaining about the gameplay save system. Okay, yeah, that's the I think that's the common complaint about that game. It needs to be less of a marathon. Okay, let's put our RAM on. Let's get our RAM on. Oh, let's ground ourselves. So, is anyone else building a PC this weekend? Or am I a weirdo? Oh, look at that. I'm definitely gonna put all these badges on the front of my case. Okay, so as you guys know, with every generation of RAM, it's keyed, and it's asymmetrical, so it only goes on one way. So if RAM is not going on, take it out, look at the slot, look at your RAM, and reassess. Ark, you said you just need you've got a good system. You just need a new video card. Is that correct? Okay, on the specs for this board, it said slot 2 and 4 were the ones you want to use if you're dual channel. Backwards. There we go. Beautiful. Okay. Well, prices are coming down, and I know money's tight, but maybe things will shake loose. Maybe you'll get lucky with something. Snapped it. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. That is it for this motherboard. I don't think I need to set any switches. This. Okay, well, yeah, where's this pattern, or this like cross pattern for this electrostatic bag? It hasn't changed in freaking 20 years. Not complaining, just saying. That was nothing important. That's just okay. So we want to put this. Might have to look up. Okay, no, here. This is what we need right here. One panel. You see these wires right here? This is how you hook up your front panel USB. And when this first came out, each one of these wires was individual. They weren't together. So like you'd have to, every single wire you'd have to put into the pin individually. So like you'd have to do the +5, the -5, the ground, all that separately. And then there's 2 rows. There's 9 of them. There's 4 on one side and 5 on the other. And one of these 5 is unconnected. And that's just to tell you, like, this one side is one of the plugs and the other side of 4 is 4. So 4 of the 5 is for one port and the other 4 are for another port. And that's for the diagram to make sense. So you're oriented correctly. Okay. So we've got the processor, we've got the fan. The fan is connected to, and that's CPU fan 1 as a proper one. I think we just need to put this in the case file. Oh, I need to look at the screw holes to see which ones need any kind of standoff. Where am I? Let me take these out. Oh, look at this. I don't know why, but we've got these tiny, tiny screws. Let me put this black one. Well, no, it's not resealable. So, some of this stuff up. I need a bigger desk. That's what I need. Because I don't want to put anything on the bed or the floor because I'm going to step on it. I don't need this. We don't need this. This. Is there anything here? Oh, just the book. Keep that. When I was building computers, what procedure was that we would get the motherboard box. I know, Ran, like it's easier now because they're all 9 of them come in a block. So you just got to orient it the correct way, but I don't know if you had to do it individually, but when I was working, I would have to do each pin individually, and that was a pain in the ass. So at work, we'd had this protocol where you get the motherboard, you take it out, you put everything on it, and you put all the like the manuals and the stickers and anything that comes with the computer into the box, and you just give the computer this box to the customer. They've got all their stuff, all the extra stuff in this box. Oh man, I'm sorry, Rand. I've been through that pain many times. You have my sympathy. All this stuff, all these manuals. Like all this stuff here. I'm gonna put in here. Put the badges in here. Should just put the screws in here too. This, oh. Well, I'll put this whole thing in here like that. And then we'll come back, grab all the goodies. Yeah. Did you use like your fingers, or did you use any tweezers or anything like that? I've got some big fat fingers, so it's difficult for me to do it. I've got sausage fingers. Okay, so what am I'm doing? I need to find. I'm putting all this stuff away. So I can find any standoffs I need to forget anything. Okay. You're like my oldest brother, Renaissance. My oldest brother is like taller and he's skinnier. He's got skinny fingers. And my middle brother and I we're shorter and stockier. We've got fatter fingers. So my oldest brother was good at this little like, oh, here we go. At those tasks where you need like really small fingers. And so these are the standoffs. We're gonna have to see if I need to put some more into the case before I put the motherboard in. So what I'm talking about is that I might add some of these to the case because all these screw holes need to be screwed down. Not all of them. Yeah, I'm gonna do all of them because they should all be ground. Like, not only are you screwing down the motherboard, but you're grounding it too, and that's a good. Well, you're grounding it where it needs to be ground. Yeah. I should have flown. I wish I didn't known you back in the day in Renaissance. I would have flown you to my job so you can have put those in for me. Oh, this is the. Okay, so this connector here. Okay, well, hang on. Okay, this connector. Well, here, let me just get these are. These are all the like the. Actually, this is the front panel audio, RGB, system fans. That looks like USB. Okay, this is okay. It says USB, so these are USB 3. These are the like front panel, which means reset, hard drive, LED, power LED, all that kind of stuff. That's what that is. I don't know what this rainbow is. But over here, this is a new connector. I think that's the USB-C. I need to make sure. That's a whole new connector. Fan. That's the power. Pump fan. Okay, so if you're running liquid cooling, that's your fan to the pump that. Okay, so yeah, that's new to me. I've got USB-C on my phone, and it's like, well, this in my Mac laptop or anything that had USB-C. So USB-C is new to me. I've got an IO guy. He's a specialist. Okay, what am I doing? Oh yeah, let's look at the. Fuck, where am I going to put this? Okay, I'm gonna have to look at this case without putting it on. I have to put it on my chain. So I don't have anywhere else to put mine. This case is nice, but it's a little heavy. Yes, yes. Hang on. Let me get this here. So, where's my shoes? So, the front panel is the power, and there's an LED here too. So there's two connections here. That's audio. That's going to be this own connector. There's USB-C, and that's USB 3. And yeah, the other wires back there. So give me a second to look at the motherboard plate. So 1, 2 together. Okay. Well, there's one underneath that's not populating. So this row, it's already set. This row, 2 went over here. Okay, that's good. Here got 1. This one needs a standoff. There's not one here. And then 1 over here. So I'm going to need 2. I don't know what these are for, though. Oh, these are for the SSD. Okay, so if I had a second solid state drive right there, I would screw it in from this side, I believe. But I don't, so I'm gonna need, these two are good. This one's good. I'm gonna need one down here. I think that's this one. And no. Okay, yes. So these aren't on the same row, so I'm gonna need this one down here and this one up here. So I think I need two standoffs. Give me a second. Why do I have like a little like cup or something I can put these screws in? Give me a second to look for a container. It's a little dirty, but I'll put everything here. Renaissance. I think I've asked this before, but are you streaming something today? I know it's been a while since I've seen you stream art. I think you're playing. I don't know if you beat Infernax. You're playing Lord of the Sword on Friday. I don't know if you beat that. Figure out what else you're playing, because I think you take two games per week. Play 2 games per week. And it's been a while since I popped in your stream. Infernax, it's fun, but I've already got some games in that same retro style. I want to actually beat those games before I move on to a new, before I buy more games. So it's this one, and this one. let me do a little check here. Yes. Okay. We have everything in the correct spots. I needed 2 standoffs. In addition to the ones that were on the board or on the case. It's time to put the back I/O panel. Oh yeah, look at that. This is the right? Well, it's a different board. Yeah. So yeah, we put that on. You put this on first before you put the motherboard on. Welcome in, Smuggy. No, it's for me, but I suppose if you find me and beat me up, you could take it. Smuggy, have you built your own computer before? There's basically everyone else here seems to have built their own computer before. So we have, let me show you what I've got. Okay. So this is the processor. It's a 5600G. It has a built-in video card to it that can play games at 720p or 1080p. Like at, not the best settings. It's certainly not going to compete against like a $300 video card. But it'll play games. And that's all I need for now. The motherboard is this one. MSI. Pretty good. It's got a lot of stuff on there. Micro ATX. And RAM. 32 gigs of RAM. 2 sticks of 16 each. And under here is a 1 terabyte solid state drive. I see. What do you have? If you want to know, I didn't go with the cheapest parts, but this is under $1,000 with the case and the motherboard and all the parts. No, my what I'm streaming on right now has 8 gigabytes. And I thought, well, 16 should be enough. Let's just go for 32, just so I don't have to upgrade in the future. Ancient Dinosaur. Okay, so it sounds like you're ready for. Okay, if we can hold on to later this year, and you have the money and the drive to actually get a new PC, wait till later this year. I don't know if you're Intel or AMD, or if you're really in one camp or the other, but AMD's releasing their new socket, AM5, later this year. This is AM4. This is the end of the line for the AM4 socket. The new socket will be incompatible with AM4. Oh, man. Oh, that's it. Phenom 2. That's what I have. The computer I'm running right now to stream this is a Phenom 2, 6-core, 8 gigs of DDR3, and a GeForce 660 Ti. It's an old computer. Yeah, I just really haven't had. Well, by the time I was ready to upgrade, everything had moved to AM4. I wasn't really at the time ready to buy everything new because I couldn't transplant onto my RAM or my processor or anything where my video card would work, but I would have to just get a straight new computer. And just for a couple of years now, a few years, I just really haven't had the funds to. With my new job that I got last year, I've got the funds to upgrade or to get a new computer. Yeah, I'm certainly not going to pressure anyone to throw out what's working. My computer was 10 years old, thereabouts. I can watch Twitch. I can browse the web. I can play some games, particularly retro. But like any new modern games that were coming out were really, well, not any, but like any big budget games that were coming out were beyond what my computer could actually do. ISO, yeah, I mean, if it still does what you want, then stick with it. Okay, so we've got the IO plate in. We're ready to put finally ready to put the board in. And Smuggy, I'm running right now. I'm running Linux. I'm running OBS on Linux. The new PC will also be Linux. I'm not a fan of. I've run Microsoft Windows from 95 up until 7. People complained about 8, so I didn't upgrade. They said 8.1 is a little better, and then there was a lot of a lot of things people didn't like about Microsoft or Windows 10, so I didn't go with Windows 10. There was just a lot of crap that I didn't agree with. I don't like, so I'm not going down that way. Linux Mint. Linux Mint has been pretty good to me. I've tried Ubuntu. I think I've tried Kubuntu. I don't think I've tried Arch. People say Manjaro is good, but I haven't tried it yet. Um, mm, I've tried Red Hat or I've tried Red Hat way back in the day. I've tried SUSE back in the day, or SUSE. I don't know how to pronounce it. CentOS. I've tried a little bit. Just Linux Mint fits me. It's not perfect, but it fits me pretty well. Yeah, yeah. Particularly hardware is a thing. Like I was kind of concerned with getting a new PC because I don't know if Linux was gonna support it, but I think people have benchmarked this like particular motherboard on Linux, so um, I'm pretty confident that's gonna work. Okay, time to put this in the case. Let me put this off to the side. If you're curious about what case, you can look up. It's a Lian Li. It's 011 Air Mini. Yeah, yeah. Windows 10 was. It might have been. So kind of. Do you think it was the TPM thing where it needs TPM 2.0? Do you think that's the issue? Because I'm hearing Windows 10 requires that, for whatever stupid. I mean, I know what reason Microsoft gives for their when they don't support older hardware. They say, "Oh, it's security. We need security. We need this hardware security." Every freaking year, Windows gets hacked open, wide open. It doesn't. They could put all the hardware they want behind it. It's still the most bloated, insecure freaking software people use. Oh, okay, just ran badly. Yeah, well, you might have had. Did you have drivers for everything? Like, I don't know. It's hard for me to diagnose, and of course, you're a PC expert as well. So like, there's probably nothing I could. Um, you probably tried everything I would think of to do. So if you couldn't figure it out, I would doubt I could figure anything or figure out what the problem is. Honestly. Okay. Oh, it's Windows 11. Okay, okay, that's right. Windows 11 has the TPM and all that crap. That doesn't benefit me at all because it's not going to stop anybody from getting into my system. Let's completely honest here. This is a good case, but just be aware that if you're interested in it, it's kind of heavy. I think it's aluminum, but or aluminium, depending on how you pronounce it, but it's still heavy. And if you want like a case for like a bunch of hard drives, this probably wouldn't be the one you would want to get. You'd probably want to get something with like the hard drives in front of the fans. I'll show you once I get this motherboard in. Do I have it? Let me make sure I've got the holes lined up again. Looks like I'm pretty close. I just need to get 1 or 2 screws in, and then the others will line up. Sorry about the shaky cam. Yeah, you know, what I use, I Windows 7 on my personal machine as well. So when I switch over to that, I still run 7. I didn't like 7 when it came out at first, but it grew on me, just like Windows XP. I didn't like it at first, but it grew on me. Okay, so let's put a couple of screws in. So I'm thinking maybe these are the screws. I don't have a magnetized screwdriver. It's gonna be a little tricky. I hope I don't drop. Screws. Yeah, every time I touch the light switch, I hear that, and I feel that little electric spark. So I'm building up static electricity. I don't have a. I thought I did have a static strat, but I guess I threw it out or something because I was being just stupid. I didn't really foresee building a new PC anytime soon, but that was before I got this new job. Let's do this one. I hope this is the right screw type. These are probably not the right screws. Yeah, these are too thick. Okay, these aren't the right screws. Let's go ahead and plug this one out. This wire is going to get in my way. Yeah, that's the thing about Windows. I don't know if it's the thing about Linux or any other, or Mac, but like over time, Windows just somehow magically degrades in performance, and you just gotta back everything up and wipe and reload. That's the only way to get that like original speed back. Oh yeah, CPU system fan 1. That's pump fan. System fan 1. Where did I put that? This is 3. I want number 1. Give me a second. I know that, well, it's kind of my fault, but this case, it has 2 chambers. This chamber is for like the motherboard and all the cards. There are no slots. There's no rails for the hard drives because everything is behind this motherboard plate. There's a chamber behind that, and that's where you put all your drives. But the thing is, I've got that open. So if you get this, and you're gonna put a computer in, keep the backside closed, and then put all your stuff in here, and then close this side, and then swap it over because there's cables hanging out, and I didn't think to put the case back on or put the side back on so I can lay it flat. Okay, so is it? I think it's these screws. Oh, I see. 98, I see. Yeah, I my own experience. I go back to Windows 95. My first modern PC was in 1997. It had Windows 95, and it's funny because at the time, Windows 95, when I got my PC, didn't support drives that were 2 gigabytes or larger. So what Dell had to do is they got my 6 terabyte drive, excuse me, and they partitioned it to 3 and installed Windows on C, and then there was a D and an E. That was just the workaround. So at the time, but then like I don't know, Windows 98 could support the whole drive. Chicken chambers. What do you mean by chicken chambers? I don't recognize the reference. I don't think these are the correct screws either. They could be. Let's try these. Well, if your process works for you, then oh, I see. Yeah, I'm a little, well, I don't, I wouldn't say I just install anything off the web, but I do, do install a lot of games. Like when you have Steam and you have a bunch of games on Steam, every game has its own like runtime, and so you've got all these runtimes installed, and there's a bunch of bloat, and the registry never gets cleaned up. I guess maybe if you did like CC cleaner or something like that. It's not. Oh, let's unplug this thing. Well, we didn't plug this in. Just wrapped around here. Oh, that PC, that joke PC. Well, it is a joke, right? It never came out, right? These. It's these. Okay, these are the correct. That was like a super high-end. Well, I don't know if it was. I guess it was its own console, right? I thought it was a PC because of the specs. Robin, I've had enough of your sass. You quiet down there. You pipe down. You weren't entertaining half a dozen people at the time. Okay, that works. Renaissance, don't encourage her. That that sounds like I think we got our screws. Correct. Those are pretty close. Really, what kind of video card do you have for those games? Because I'm interested in No Man's Sky myself. My current PC, the one that's running currently, technically runs No Man's Sky, but it's at the bottom edge of the requirements. Like as I started to build a base, it started to lag more, and then I gave up. This one will probably do 720 just fine. 750 Ti. Mine's a 660 Ti. Yeah, if your computer runs No Man's Sky, we can play it. I've got it on Steam. Art, also remind me to install. Okay. Let me preface that by saying this is going to run Linux, right? I'm not going to dual boot unless I have to. Oh, let me rephrase that. I'll dual boot if I have to, but I'm going to try my damnedest not to. But with Steam, they've got Steam. Valve released the shit. I hope this catches. Valve released the Steam Deck, and that runs Linux. And in order for it to play any games, Valve had to spend quite a bit of time and effort to improve Linux's gaming capability. And Valve's effort is called Proton. Now, Valve officially supports a certain number of games. So if I go into Steam on Linux and I say, just show me what's supported in Linux, it gets me a fraction of my library. I've got something like 500 games or something on Steam, and it shows me like maybe 200 or 150, something like that. I think it's a third of my library is officially supported by Steam, either by a native build of the game in Linux or by Proton. However, I saw a trick that you go into the settings and you can say, just show me all of the games. And if I install, well, it says don't limit my library just to the official list, so you can browse and install. Right. Is this the one? Yeah, no, this is the right one. You can install your entire library, and Steam will try and it'll install Proton and all this stuff before, but you're not really guaranteed for it to work. But there's a damn it. There's a website called protondb.com. I think it's proton-db.com. And that will give you a rating, like a platinum, gold, silver kind of a rating on whether how well Proton supports the game. So I'm going to look at that. Well, I guess if you're not busy and you're interested, you can go onto ProtonDB and see how well No Man's Sky is supported, how well Deep Rock Galactic is supported, see how well Vermintide 2 is supported. Smuggy, I'm getting an 8 terabyte hard drive on Monday. That'll be where I put my archive of stuff. Damn it. Proton database. Sorry. DB as in database. So where did that thing go? So where's my phone? Let's see. Sorry if this is a little nauseating. Maybe I should just pick this up and shake it. Hang on. I'm going to put this down. Give me just a second. I've lost it. I've dropped a screw and I need to get it out. Where did it go? There it is. There it is. Okay, I'm good. I didn't want to hit the mic stand and drop the camera on the computer again. Gold. Okay, so gold is pretty good support, but I might get itching or crashing or something like that. Platinum is the best rating. Renaissance, you quit it. You're being surly. You're being a clod. That was funny. Renaissance was streaming something. I think it was Wings of V, and he was, a bit sour at the game. The game was kind of getting him a little salty. So I went in chat. I said I offered him raisins, and then he timed me out. There was just no. He just had enough of me that day. Oh. Well, I think No Man's Sky is certainly more polished after all this time than let's say Star Citizen. I've certainly have. I've barely played No Man's Sky. I'll grant you that. and it's been a couple of years since I have. And when I did, I didn't play for very long, so I'm not going to pretend I'm an expert, or I really know a lot about it, but it seems like it's more stable now. But you're right, like we're playing it with this compatibility layer that it wasn't designed with. So yeah, I mean, it could be a horror show. It might be unplayable on the system. So yeah, I mean, I'll try. I'll give all these games a try. I've got a lot of games to try. And if it doesn't work, then I'll just, for the meantime, I'll play retro. Man, Renaissance Hazes paint bronze. Maybe I'll have to turn down my settings. Ooh, DRG is plat. Man, we're definitely starting with DRG then. Yeah, I'm gonna play like at 720p. I'm gonna play these games at 720p so that I can stream them as well. Okay, motherboard is fastened in here. These two holes are for the solid state drive, which I don't have. We don't have a video card yet, so this is unpopulated. I don't have any expansions. It's time to wire up. Let's do the fans first. So I need to find where's the book? I need to find 3 CPU fan headers, and I hope I have enough. There's after I build all the parts, I've got this kind of dread to that I'm like missing something. That's the solid state drive. I don't have any drives yet. I'm looking for. So this is the CPU fan. We've already plugged that in. We're looking for system fans. Okay, they're not in this diagram, so I'm gonna have to look. So Kaneko, he says he doesn't like the texture, like the chewy texture of them. The chewy, shriveled texture of them. I don't know if he would like. Well, he likes raisins inside of an oatmeal cookie, but it seems like people don't like the texture of them, like the way they kind of break apart in your mouth. What happened to Back for Blood? Did they shut it down or what? I wasn't interested in the first place, but it's a Left 4 Dead style co-op, so it got my attention. This is System Fan 2, System Fan 1, System Fan 2. There's a third one, I think. I mean, oh, it doesn't work with Proton? Okay. Yeah, I think Turtle Rock really screwed themselves with the ball. And they didn't really handle. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to plug the System Fan 3 into the back one. System Fan 1 and 2 over here. Is that too much light? That washes it out. Is it blurry now? Sorry, like if it's too blurry or you need me to zoom it in, let me know. Let's move this over a little bit. This is a very ghetto setup here for doing this. Like if I okay, no one's complaining, but I'm just saying that had I put a little more thought and time and money into this, I would have gotten a better arm and a camera on top of that. Maybe a better camera or something like that. I don't know. My phone is my best camera that I have right now. And since I don't stream with the cam, I didn't think to get a new camera. Okay. Okay, so I don't have I don't have what's the game? Back for Blood. I don't have it in the first place. So that will just I won't get it then until well, I don't know if there'll ever there's not necessarily going to be a fix for that to run it on Linux, but if there is, then I'll consider it. But thank you guys for looking that up. Like I don't want to have to like keep sitting down at the computer and like looking up what I'm saying. So we're plugging in 3 system fans, and I think that's it for this side of the computer. I can button up the side of the computer and then put. Now I've got to run cables. Sorry, we're not quite ready. So, yep. Sorry. Why am I saying sorry? I've got it back. So system fan 1, 2, 3, CPU fan 1. So all the fans are plugged in. What I need to do is run the power connections from the back into the front. Okay. There's this little like cover here. These little like flaps that cover the conduit from this side to the other side. Okay, so let's flip this over. This is all dirty. Everything's screwed in, right? Yeah. Sorry, I'm just triple checking everything. Got 2 screws, 2, 1 there, that's correct. 3 there. Okay, we're good there. I'm gonna flip this around. Dude, Hunt Down is freaking great. I beat that game on the second hardest difficulty. I unlocked the hardest difficulty, which is you only get 1-hit kills. I'm gonna say now, Renaissance, I know you've got a lot of games that you want to play, and I've been, here and there, I've been mentioning Downwell. Downwell's great. It's $3 on Steam. You already have it though. But I won't pester you, but I'll just say, here and there, Downwell's a great game. You should play it. But after Downwell, I would put in my recommendation would be what game were we talking about? Hunt Down on PC. Fantastic game. Man, I had a blast with that one. At least give it an 8 out of 10. At least. Maybe even a 9 out of 10 because it was so like atmospheric. Like they really nailed the atmosphere of that game. Okay. So I'm gonna run. Oh, okay. Now I need to plug in. Okay. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Let's scratch my head. Okay. Sorry, a little wobbly here. Zoom out. Okay. So here's the front panel connectors. We're gonna run them through. Yeah, this is the USB-C. Let's run all these through over here. Oh, that's the motherboard. Okay, so there's this right here is being blocked by the motherboard, but there's another flap on the side that I can run these through. And then this is the audio, which I'm not going to really use, but I'll hook it up. What I need is okay, I need 2 things. I need the main motherboard connection, the 24-pin. I'm going to need, well, okay, never mind. I don't need the graphics card connections yet because I don't have a graphics card. But there's also different power connection for the GPU. Well, if your GPU is fast enough, it requires additional power. This is the front panel of the switches and all that. So this, I'm going to run this through here. Now I'm going to go ahead and take out the, which is this big bad boy. Lord of the Sword. Now, I know that's not a great game, and I think I've played it already, but I might play some more. But when I say I'll play it, that doesn't mean I'll beat it. Now, which one? Okay, 14.4. This is Well, my computer never had trouble running Lord of the Sword. Okay, so it must be this particular, like this is a weird connection here. This must be proprietary to this particular motherboard or vendor or something like that. Okay. Let's get this. I don't know why they just didn't do. Let me verify this with the manual. Like, I'm not really worried because all of these connections are keyed, so you can only put all these in one way. There's some of these pins that are rounded off and some of them are square. And the pattern they do it, you can only plug it in one way. So I'm pretty confident this is correct. Okay. Oh, this is German. Okay. Okay. The reason that this is so thick is that this manual is so thick is that it's multiple manuals in one, multiple models in one. I don't think this is really helpful. Okay, this doesn't really answer my question. Well, it has a diagram here. This is the cable I've got. This is the split. But I'm assuming that means motherboard and that's the power supply. This doesn't explicitly tell me. Okay. That's the only cable that's got to go through for now. Once I get a hard drive, it's going to go like, no, the hard drive's going to go here. I'm going to plug it in from here to there. And it's going to go, the cable's going to go there. So we're done here. I need to get the little pillar. And this one was, okay, this is the black screw that, this is this was the small screw, the one that's just been sitting here, this little screw here. Or is it, do I have a smaller one? I think it was this one. No, I think it was this one. It's even like teeny tiny one. I think this is the, this one that goes in there. Kind of surprising. Well, I'm not going to argue, but I'm surprised without any music or any like games that you guys are still here just watching a guy build a PC. I think this is, that also a screw? Look at the, I didn't really pay attention. I tore this apart. Is this now? This is the motherboard. Sorry, I'm just looking for the manual to the case. So I know what screw that is. Let's do a little bit of experimentation. Okay, so I need to take these screws off. And this screw is incorrect. Right? So it must be a real screw, not a thin screw for that. Which I have here. All right, thanks for stopping, Ren. And you may leave it with a box of raisins if you're interested. Yeah, Renaissance is a great streamer. He's probably going to stream soon. You guys want to go check that out? I don't know what I've asked him what he was streaming today. I forgot if he answered. He used to stream art on Saturdays, but now he's streaming games on Saturdays. Taking a little bit of a break from the artistry. Thank you for the shout out. Maybe with this new computer I can start working on bots and stuff. Improve my own stream. Or, oh, Wings of V. Oh, okay. Well, okay, so this is not the correct screen. It wouldn't be this. It's a small screw. But it's not this one. This one. Something bigger than this, but it's one of these. Big, right? Too big. Not this one. It's probably too big for this one, right? Hang on. Let me look. I may play it. I've been trying to get Renaissance to play down well, but with no success so far. So I need to find something that goes in there. But he's trying to get me to play Lord of the Sword because that's a bad game and he wants more people to suffer with Lord of the Sword. Whereas I'm trying to get him to enjoy a difficult but a very well made indie game. Is it this one? Is it this girl? I've beaten down well. Very difficult, but like very well made. $3 on Steam, or $3 like on whatever platform you can find it on. Okay, it's this screw. This is the screw. No, but this is the one for the bottom. So I need to find another screw like this. And where would I find such a beast? This one's different. That's not it. That's not it. Oh shit. It's a teeny tiny flathead. Let me. Total or just like the motherboard? Do you mean all the parts? Tentative? Altogether under 1,000. Somewhere in the range of like 950. Um, my original estimate was about 900, but then there was shipping and I didn't get the. I was looking at an MSI motherboard, but I didn't get that one. I got an Asus. I was looking for an Asus, a Jesus motherboard because it had like the BIOS flashback feature that I liked, but I couldn't find that one, so I got with an MSI, which I think it should support it right out of the box. Is that the correct screen? It's not. I'm looking for a screw with a flat head on it. All these have like rounded heads. I need to screw another screw exactly like this one. That's the holdup right now. Yeah, I don't have a video card and I don't have like the fast processor. I was, and there's certainly very much there's cheaper builds if you're tight on money and you need a new system kind of desperately, you can go as low as like $600 or $700. I did. I tried not to use Amazon, but Amazon was the only vendor who had like three out of the six parts that I wanted. I bought one part. I bought the memory board or the memory, the power supply from Corsair directly, and I bought the processor and the solid state drive from B&H, B&H Video. I heard they were pretty good, and they shipped like the next day. They shipped fast, so I'd recommend B&H. Well, let me before I start recommending, let me power this thing on and make sure it works. Everything works. So I don't want to recommend somebody a vendor and like the crap doesn't work. Okay, I'm in a bit of a pickle here. I guess I need to crawl around on the ground to see if I can find it. What the thing is, I need a second screw like this to get the support pillar back. Well, I can go without it, but I don't want to. I want to get it in there. Downwell is 5 stages, and it's if you're good, it's fast. 5 quick stages, probably let's say 15 minutes from start to finish. Let's say 20 minutes. Let's just say 20 minutes. But I'm not good enough to. Well, I did beat it on one, playthrough, but I did spend enormous time restarting again and again because I could not finish it. There are no saves. There's no passwords. There's no continue. Like you die your set of 3 lives and that's it. It's a quick arcadey game. That's just dirt. That's dirt. I think we'll have to. here quick. Oh, it's a very simple game. There's the button for left, there's a button for right, and the third button is to jump. And if you're in the air, the button shoots down. That's it. That's the game. So the question is, can you get to the end? Just that. Now there's shops, there's upgrades, but like, when you die your 3 lives, that's the end of the game. I don't think there's one-ups. There's no continues, no saves, no passwords, just straight arcade fun. It's $3 on whatever platform you prefer. I strongly recommend it. Loved it. It may be pretty salty, but when I beat it, it was definitely a fist in the air moment. Wait, this one. I'll hear it rattling. It must be the cable thing. Making that noise. And as I said before, I was considering connecting this to my capture card and then streaming setup, but I'm gonna, it's been 4 hours on this build and kind of ready for a break. I'll finish this. Oh, wait, this does work. This works. This is the screw all along. At least it catches. I don't know if it's the correct thread, but we're gonna go with this. But I think after I build this, I'm gonna have to cut stream. Been standing this whole time, and I've been enjoying it, but it's just some break. Oh, well, I guess I could try to stream the setup, but I mean, does anybody really want to see the next thing setup? It doesn't seem like it's. It's not catching. I need something small like this, but longer. No, it's a heavy. Okay, I would say it's the heaviest case, but it's certainly not one you can just like toss around. I don't know the weight of it, but it's heavier than I expected. Because I thought, well, I think it's an all aluminum case, but it's heavier than I expected, without any parts in it, even with the sides off. So it might be steel, but I thought Leon Lee did aluminum for the cases. So I wouldn't say it's too heavy, but it's heavier than I expected. This is a flat screw. This is not the right one, right? Is this the right one? No. I'm just gonna have to push forward. I'm missing a screw somewhere, but this has held me up for too long. I mean, that's not this, right? No, that's not even a screw. I don't even know what that is. Yeah. If you want a light case, I would shy away from this one. I like it though. That's just one of the few criticisms is that it's heavier than expected. Let's put the back panel on. We got more screws. Hang on. Bucket. Don't seem like they're the correct type. These are definitely too. Let's try one of these. Well, did it unless we did. No, we didn't try. One of these. Unless we did. Yeah, I think we did. It was just too big. Okay, so we need to take. I think we need to take this one off. Right. So need to take this one off to put the panel back. So it doesn't hit that one then. Barely. It kisses it, it doesn't hit it though. Now there's another complaint some people had on this case is that let me turn it around and I'll point to it. But there were some screws that came from the factory they were too tight, and so when people tried to take them off, they would break off. That sucks. But I haven't gotten to those yet, so I can't. It's these. Well, you can't see them. It's the covers for the expansion cards. We're here. These are your expansion card slots, and it's these screws right here that hold the slots in place. People were saying these screws were way over tightened from the factory, so people were breaking them off when they were taking them off. It's no bueno. Okay, let's plug everything in. Welcome in. We've gotten the wire. We've got the power supply in the back. We've got the connectors pushed through. So now we got a connector. This is the USB-C. What that reaches. ATX power. The clip is on this side. So a little bit like this. Right? Yeah. This thing's always hard to get on. Okay. More case. Okay, HC audio. It's keyed. So that goes in just like that. We'll leave these to last. I think that's right there. Okay, USB. Where did the USB ones go? This is oh, this is these. So like this. No, this is too many. This is something else. This has to be USB. Well, it can't be because that's too many. That's too many pins. There it is. Okay, this is JUSP2. There's that. Okay, and last, the little individual ones. Do I have any more slack? These are going to be the pain in the ass. Where is the paper? Right. So how is this oriented? JFP1, right? JFP1, that's this one. See if I can zoom in a little bit. Yeah, I just didn't see. I was completely overlooking this connector. This is probably USB 2.0. This is probably USB 3.0, and the USB Type C is this weird slot connector. It's like an eye. I hope it goes in one way because that's how it fits. Maybe it's reversible because USB-C is reversible. Okay, so let's start with the okay, you don't see this. Let's start with this side. Oh, with the pin missing, pin 10 missing. So power D, LED 1 and plus and minus. Oh, thank you for the host, Royce. Yeah, actually they're gonna phase out USB 2.0 and 3.0. At some point it'll be all 4.0. Welcome in, Royce. I guess you were playing, well, I don't know what you were playing. What were you playing? I was gonna say Rocket League, but I don't think I've seen you play Rocket League in a while. So for those coming in, we're building a computer. This is the motherboard. CPU is behind this. It's a AMD APU. Let me get the box. This is my CPU, 5600G. It's got a video card built in. This is the motherboard from MSI. Corsair power supply, because I trust Corsair. My last Corsair well, I'm actually using it now on the streaming PC. It's lasted me 10 years. Oh, early? Okay. Kirby. So by Kirby, do you mean like the new one that just came out? USB 3.0 is backwards compatible by 2, so I should just get rid of 2 by this point. And it's been USB 3.0, it's been out for 10 years. Okay, so nice. Yeah, I've got this because when I was pricing all these parts out, I was purchasing all the parts. My impression was the video cards were still like 2 or 3 times the MSRP, but they were coming down very slowly. But there was a guy in here earlier. He said he bought his video card on Thursday, this past Thursday, a few days ago. He got it from MSRP, so maybe next month, if that holds up, I'll get a video card as well. And then in time, I'll replace the CPU, but I just got the CPU. I don't want to get rid of it just right now. Okay, so on the right side, the pin is missing. And so the 2 furthest away are power LED plus and minus. So plus first. Give me just a sec, chat. This is like fiddly work. This is power LED plus. Need some light in here. Sorry, it's all washed out and blurry. So we're going to plug everything into here. It's also reversed on the camera, but it is what it is. Power LED plus or positive. Power LED negative. It's hard to even like see these pins for me. I think both of these are in. I think they're in the correct. Now this one is incorrect. Yep, that one's good. That one's good. Next one. Power switch. Yeah. Power LED. Power switch. So which one is? Okay, so then power switch is bidirectional. Doesn't matter. I don't think it matters for any of them, but they do specify. Where's reset switch? Okay, there's no reset switch. Okay, that's fine. LED plus, which is this. Just a second, chat. Almost finished. We'll have a reset button on this case, so there's no connection for it. Is that the correct orientation? Plus and minus. I wish it would standardize on this, on these final front panel pins, so that we don't have to do this crap anymore. I think that's front panel. Okay, so let me walk you guys through it. Yeah. It doesn't have USB. I mean, this computer. Well, my old computer had USB 3. Well, this computer has USB 3.0 on Windows 7. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe you're right. I won't argue. It does work. I guess maybe it just doesn't work as well as it could. Okay, so let me walk you guys through that motherboard. Zoom out. So, front audio connection, this fan, that's where it goes. The power switch LED, the power switch, the power LED, and the hard drive activity. There. That's correct, right? Yeah, that looks correct. Okay. This is USB 3.0 front panel. This is USB Type-C front panel. This is one of the fans, and there's one of the fans. I've got two massive fans right here in the front. 32 gigs of RAM, the AMD APU, and under the shroud here, this is a heatsink for my. One second, let me grab the box. My Samsung solid state drive. This bad boy. So this one comes. This Evo series comes highly rated, and there's a couple of people in chat who have one as well. They recommend this, so that's what we've got under that heatsink here. Oh, I see. I see. Oh yeah. NVMe. I've been waiting for this day. And then on the back is back here behind this is the this case is like a dual chamber. So this is the motherboard area, your cards, but there's no drives because that's all on the back. Let me flip this over. No, we put the back on. So behind this plate, there's the power supply down here. There's a cage back here behind this area for 2 hard drives, and there's on the back, like not on this side, but behind this panel, you put 2 more hard drives or solid state drives back there. So we need this one. We're gonna have to open up because I need to plug that in. That's not gonna. We're not gonna boot without that connection. Yeah, the motherboard came with the heatsink, and the drive itself did not. So I'm thankful uh, that it came with it. Oh, okay. So let me show you the back. Yeah, plenty of USB 3. It's regular USB 2. I think this is at least gigabit NIC, maybe 2.5. I forgot. It's got wireless audio out. It's a little. There we go. A little out of alignment there. So this chamber right here, this you can put 2 more drives in here, and you take this out, this little tray. You screw in your drive into there, and it clips in. There's a cover for this we'll get. That's power supply. Corsair. I recommend Corsair. If you're buying your own, if you're building your own PC, I recommend Corsair PC. Power supplies. Because the one I'm using now is 10 years old. No issues ever. So that power supply is going to stay with that PC until it dies. And this power supply is going to stay with this PC until it dies. No, this is my camera. Oh, sorry. This camera is from my phone. I'm using a program called DroidCam OBS. DroidCam OBS. It's free, but there's a watermark on OBS. You pay $10, you get rid of the watermark. So I went ahead and did that. I think this is a better picture than my webcam. So you put extra hard drives right here. I'm going to take this off so I can put. I forgot a cable for the power supply. And I'm missing the screw up here. I need to find that screw. Finish this up sometime. It'll be fine without it. It's gonna bother me. So all of the power supply, all the wires and the front the front panel, they all come to here. There's this chamber right here for all of it, but there's these flaps right here. Let's do this. There's these flaps. There's two of these sections where you can push wires through from the front to the back. Now right here, these are blocked by my motherboard. These are blocked by my motherboard, but there's the one on the side that you can push it through. So all your cables will be, bunched up over here. Oh, sorry. All your cables will be bunched in this compartment right here, rather than like dangling out the front. So I needed one more. Need the CPU. Is it 6-pin or is it 8? I think it was an 8-pin. Hang on. Let's look at that. Oh. So the manual doesn't even mention the power. So let's turn it around again. I think it's an 8-pin power adapter. Cooler Master for your power supply. I have an Intel SSD, like a SATA SSD, and it's been pretty reliable. That's going to stay with the old computer. I'm going to get like, if I get more solid state storage, I'm going to get a second NVMe first, and then I'll get like SATA. I'll populate this slot before I populate the SATAs. Okay, so we need We need a connector for that bad boy. Where is it? Where is it? We need the connector for that, so that's like that's an 8-pin. Let me find that. The computer won't boot without that. I forgot about that one. It's been 10 years since I built a computer. I forgot it needed. I think it's this. It may be this, it may be not this. It looks like more like it's this. So if I can plug it in, it's the correct one, because they, with all these connections, they key them so it only fits in one area and it only fits in one orientation. That's the nice thing about PCs now, is that you can't, I mean, you can break them, but you can't really plug them in properly. So which one is it? This, okay, so it's going to clip on, like, it's going to be one of these two. These are identical. So it's just either one. If it clips on, it works. Them's the rules. On. So we feed cable. We feed the power connector to the little thing here. Or can actually probably. Okay, let's flip it. I think we're done with this side, so I'm gonna go ahead and. No, not yet. I'll connect this and I'll stand up the computer. Well, I'll stand it up right now. So. Yeah, is it pretty on? Is it on there pretty tight? Okay. Okay. I'm missing a screw for this, but I'm pretty tired, so we're just gonna roll with it for now. Does this work for this one? So we're almost done. After 4.5 hours, we're nearly done. This does not work for this. But it works in this one. Okay, so I put on the back. The back has this nice mesh. Tighten it up. Now to put on the front panel, it's got an acrylic window. You've got to slide it top down. Sorry, that was. We should take shots every time I bump the camera off the perch. There's no like, I don't have it fastened down, so it's just gonna fall. Okay, sorry, got it reversed. Let me put this back and I'll catch up with chat. Yeah. Oh, cool next. Yeah, that I remember like going on New Egg just for kicks to. No, I want to put this on first. I don't want to put the. I want to put the back panel on first. And just seeing how cheap of a computer you could build, and like if you really skimmed, you would have this really cheap but very unreliable, no name piece of crap that you wouldn't really that you would regret quickly. So the one weird thing about this case. That is your bottle. That is wrong with this one. Well, anyway, okay, before I put this on, this is it's got this unusual feature. So let me, so this is the top of the case, this is the bottom. Zoom out. Okay, so what you can do is actually, if you don't populate this slot, you can move this, you can take off this whole grill and move it down so that you've got a space up here. And the reason you would do that is it would give you more space to put a water cooler, a radiator for a water cooler right in at the top. It would give you more space for that. So I'm not going to do water cooling, but if you wanted to, this would be a good case for. It's kind of built to this is just not going in there. Let's just have to go in like this. That's true, you're right. But if it doesn't start, then I'll debug it off stream. I'm really at that point where I like to end stream. Does this fit back on? Does it come from underneath? It comes from underneath, FYI. But how do I? Oh, there we go. That explains it. Question is, can I get the screw in to continue on, or is this gonna be the part where he's stuck on? Okay. So yeah, we're not gonna use until we get a video card. We're not taking these slots out. My video card will take the first two. And there's a little, yeah, here we go. I'm not sure why this part comes out. Stardew Valley. Stardew Valley probably at minimum settings. RTX off. No ray tracing. But it could probably scrape by. Oh my god. Please, just get in there. Let's just work. We're at the tail end of the race here. It's not. I don't even know why I took these off. Let's have to put the case on. So the case is going to slide down like this. It's going to slide down like this. So we don't need that. Put the case on. Welcome in, Suresh. Yes, I do like it. I'll say, and this is my, my own opinion. Oh, before I preface my opinion, let's put this part in. Welcome in. Hope you're well. I do enjoy it. Now, usually I can do it like well, okay. First off, this is a much more complex case. Usually cases aren't this complex and this adaptable and this configurable and this big. But when I was building in the 2000s, I was a computer technician. And by that, I mean I was diagnosing, repairing, upgrading, and building computers for a job at a small computer shop. And at that point, when I was doing it regularly, I could build a new computer from parts in like 15 minutes. And the next like half an hour is installing Windows. Right now we're at nearly 4 hours 45 minutes because I had some lunch and you've been chatting with people and I've been showing off some nostalgia. So if you give me a second, I'll bring up the nostalgia. This is weird. And who read it? Who told Seracia? I thought we had an agreement that we weren't going to tell Seracia that was true. Who? Mess up. Who was it? No. We've got a friend over, and Roxy's been hanging out with my roommate or her owner and their friend. I don't know what they're doing. They were cooking earlier, so of course when they're cooking, she's interested. But she's out. I wanted to show her off on the stream, but hasn't been interested in coming to the room. Maybe I should just say, hell with this. Leave this. Let me just leave this off. Okay, so what are we doing? We're gonna close this up aside from this. So let me just briefly show off the computer. So that's my power supply back here. Usually your power supply goes above the motherboard right here, but they've kind of shortened it and they brought the power supply back here, and there's some drives you can put in that cage. You put it on its side. This computer it's kind of unusual that it has 2 chambers. This is for the motherboard area and your cards. And behind it, there's another section behind here for hard drives, solid state drives, and your power supply. And all your cables like pass through this plate from the front to the back, and there's like an area in there where you can just stuff all your cables into. So like when you're looking at your case at the motherboard, you're not just looking at a bunch of cables dangling around. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I wouldn't say Roxy snores really loudly, but she does snore. Like she'll move the comforter on my bed, so that's kind of like bunched up, and then she can use it as a big pillow. She puts her body on it, and then that she's really comfortable, and she starts snoring. So let me a little rundown. This is my processor. Processor 5600G. There's a GPU built into this one, so this is a CPU and GPU combo. It can play like games at 720p or 1080p. So Not nearly the fastest. It's pretty low end, but you don't need a video card if you have one of these. And I got it because video cards, at least when I was pricing things out and purchasing them, video cards are still like really expensive. So this was an alternative to get a new computer, is get one of these, so you don't need a video card. But maybe next month. I hear that video card prices are coming down, so maybe we'll get a video card in here next month or something. We've got 32 gigs of RAM. That's the processor behind here. This is a heat sink, and behind that is a solid state drive. Where did I put the box? Yeah, I've been standing for almost 5 hours, so yeah. After we finish here, I'm going to pass out for a while. This is my new main hard drive. It's just like it's about the size of a stick of gum, honestly. It's 1 terabyte. Okay, there it is. We're lagged for a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes Roxy will she'll yelp in her dreams, and she'll twitch. So like when she does that, I just pet her to like wake her up. But man, it warms my heart because like on 1 or 2 occasions, Roxy, when she was asleep and dreaming, she wagged her tail, and that warmed my heart. I don't know what she was dreaming of, but I'm glad she was really happy. So back to got 1 big fan back here, 2 big fans in the front. Let's go ahead and, I know I'm a little off center, but it's good to put it together. And then right here on the front, on the top, power button, audio, USB Type-C, and 2 USB 3.0. And those are all connected. The front panel is a acrylic. I wasn't specifically looking for like an acrylic front panel, but I like this. Sorry. I like this case too much to pass on it. That's secure. Need this is the mesh for the front. This goes in front of the 2 fans. That is this. This just catches, right? What's this upside down? Or does this catch up here? No, this is not long enough, so it's this part. So what am I missing? Just need to line these 3 up. Okay. Matches on. Oh, and Sureisha, you missed it. This camera, this is my phone. I'm using my phone as a camera. It's connected to OBS wirelessly. I'm using an app for that. And of course, Clumsy Brigand drops it. I dropped it twice this stream. Okay, we're still connected. Be it. Let me get the 2 thumb screws in the back. I'll come and fiddle with the. I need to attach this piece, but not right now. I'm pretty tired. I'm hungry too. I think I'll put this video on YouTube. Just for anybody to see it. I've got Linux ready to install. Yep, tired and hungry. Normally I could build a computer like, within an hour, but we were chatting. I was having some lunch. Oh yeah, hold on. Let me put don't go anywhere. Let me put the back 2 screws on, and I'll show you the nostalgia. I forgot about the nostalgia. Where are the extra screws. I've got some nostalgia that from childhood that I've had for years, just like in a bin, like under all my stuff. I really haven't showed anybody, but now that we've got this whole setup, this would be the great time to do it. I've showed it off earlier, but you know, you guys are new to the stream. Where the heck did I put the screws? There's a bunch of big thumb screws somewhere. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is my new phone. Last year I had, like, I went to Walmart, and hang on, I need to do this. 1 second. Okay, maybe not. I went to Walmart, and this was when, at my previous job, you know, money was pretty tight, so I just got the cheapest phone, like $60 phone I can get. Got a new job in September, and well, I can't show you the phone, but I got like the direct upgrade for the $60 phone. Has 5G. It has a decent. I got it because I was taking pictures of a dog, and they were getting kind of washed out, and so like the big reason I got a new phone is just for a better camera. But it's got 5G. It's got a little stylus too. Before I put this on, before I turn this on, let's do some nostalgia. This thing's heavier than expected, but it doesn't matter. Okay, nostalgia time. Choose. Do some of this action. Okay. So, okay, Back to the Future 2. Doc comes from the future. Says, Marty, we have to go to the future. Your son is in danger. He's going to join Biff's gang. And when he does that, he's going to get caught, and that's going to start a whole downward spiral, and he's going to wind up miserable for his life. And it all starts with this one action. So they go to the future, and so Marty doesn't believe him. So what Doc does is he shows proof that Marty's son was, he was arrested, and this is that proof. And what this is not a prop. This isn't something I made. But on this day, which is the day that happens in the future, this newspaper, USA Today, printed this and released this to nationwide. So in the movie, this is the prop that they say, hey, look, your son's in trouble. He's been arrested. But in real life, on this day, on October 22nd, 2015, they distributed and sold this newspaper. And I was just coincidentally at the gas station. I picked one up. So now I have a little, I guess an authentic, whatever if you want to call it, copy of that newspaper. But like, there's some funny like news lines there. Like, remember he has that jacket. Woman asphyxiates and self-adjusting jacket. That's what he's got. Jaws without bite. That's the 3D Jaws that he saw. That's your Royce right there. It's just got some silly, like, this is, all the stuff in the movie. Cholesterol may be cancer cure. Just all this silly stuff. I haven't really read this. I've just kept this in a bag. 300 when mom rehydrates pizza slices. Like, they actually printed this and sold this on this day just to go along with the movie. It's great. But like the inside, it's like real. I think beyond page 1, it's like this like real newspaper. It's a real. This is like a real newspaper behind the front page. So I've just had this for 7 years. I've never really showed it off until now, until today. So it's a little prized possession. But even more, something I want to show off even more. This is something from 1992. Yeah, I have it in a bag and just like laid flat. It's a little banged up, but it's in pretty good condition. I'm not going to sell it or anything. How's that look? Yeah, it's just a joke that they said, hey, let's just roll with it, man. This is Marvel collector cards from where's the date? 1992. I remember back then, whenever I had a dollar or two burning a hole in my pocket, I'd go to the store and buy a pack of six. You get a pack of six for $1. And there's 100 in this series. There's 100 Marvel cards. Let me zoom this in. Maybe just a little bit this way. So it won't be the best picture, but you'll see. So yeah, a great like collector's comic or collector's cards. We love, you know, back in the day we loved the X-Men cartoon, and whenever I get my hands on some X-Men or Marvel comics, I would like to watch them. Bitcoin. I love this art. I love the art of this. Let's see. There's Nightcrawler. You know, this won't be the best like way. If you want to see these, you know, cards, you just need to look online, and you'll get a better. I like that picture of Sabretooth. They really did like the muscles and the detail very well. Yeah, Nightcrawler is great. A bunch of different characters from Marvel. So you would get a pass. Oh, I'm missing Spider-Man. And funny enough, he looks like Spider-Man. So that's just kind of a coincidence that the one I'm missing, that guy behind him looks like. So this is a different set. In that set I just showed you, there was 5 special cards, and I don't think I had any. Maybe I have one somewhere, like buried somewhere. I've got one of the 5 special cards. This is the next year. This is 93 Marvel Masterpiece. Yeah, I'll just go through them quickly. This is a different set. This is like Marvel Series 4, I think, or X-Men 94. Yeah, I've just kept these in a binder for 30 years. Well, up to 30 years. Some of these are newer, but yeah. I've just kept these around, buried on the bottom of some bin. Never really like came out and wanted to finish the collection because I'm missing a bunch of cards. Just never thought to maybe get the ones I needed. And that's not all of them. That's one of 2 binders. Yeah, man, when I was just a kid when the X-Men cartoon was out, my brother collected Marvel Series 1 and Series 2, but I think in Series 3, but I started with Series 4. I think this is Marvel Series 4. You like these? Yeah, it's really not a great picture from the camera. Moon Knight. Moon Knight's getting his own series on Netflix or something, on Disney Plus. Yeah, the X-Men cartoon was like, the first 3 or 4 seasons was fantastic, but then it started kind of wearing off. Kind of started getting stale. I think there's only 5 seasons. And this 5th season isn't like really that great. There's some team ups like what about this one? Oh. It's backward on my. I'm doing a horizontal and vertical flip, so I'm having to Wolverine and K1. Like that's a good cross up. Wolverine and Spider-Man. like these cards with like team ups and stuff like that. Yep. Calling collect. I never call it all called collect. I never really understood what that was about. Yeah, having arcades at the gas station, that was a thing. Ego. He was the villain in one of the Marvel movies. Ghost Rider has his own show. No, he has his movie. Daredevil has it. I want to finish the Daredevil movie on Netflix, or I guess it's on Disney Plus now. But that was a good. From what I watched, it was really good. There's teams, the different teams, events and wars. Now this series, I think I don't remember which series this was, but it's hard to tell. But every card is for a different character, but the 9 of them combine to make a bigger picture. And let me scroll a bit, or let me go down a bit to really show. I swear I had like a complete one of these like scenes. Okay, this one. So I'm missing this one, but like these other cards, they combine together to make one big picture. Oh, sorry, it's hard to use this camera as a mic. Yeah, this is cool. And so now I've got some like, well, I won't say I'm like really rich or anything, but I've got a little spending money, so maybe I'll look on eBay. I'm missing the middle one of this one. I'll see if I can clean up some of these holes here. Yeah, at the time. Oh, I see. Yeah, because collect calling, like it was a it was like it was a machine that would ask you what your name is, and then it would record whatever you said, and then it would call the number, and it would say, do you want to collect, do you want to accept a call from this person, and it would play the recording. So all you have to say, I mean, if you're honest, you would say, my name is Brigand or Noozle, whatever, and your parents would say, yes, I want to accept the charge, and they would connect you. But if you were dishonest, you would say, oh, I'm Brigand, I'm at the arcade, can you pick me up? And then it just plays that for your parents to hear, and they say, no, I don't want to accept the charge, and they hang up, but they know what your message is. Welcome in, Asian Waste. Yeah, collect calling is not a thing anymore, but my it's funny because I was at my aunt's house and we're just watching TV, and she picks up and the phone rings, she picks up and she says, yes, I accept the charge. And she says, girl, why are you calling me collect? And it's because my younger cousin called collect. I don't know if I think she was at the same thing, like she didn't know what collect calling was, but I guess it was there was some like contest. If you collect call, then you're entered into some drawing. So she thought, oh, I could just do that. But she doesn't understand that the other person accepts, has to pay for that. Yeah, these are some like legendary like enemies. Loki versus Thor, Wolverine versus, these are some like the legendary like enemies. That's pretty cool. Oh, if I had a better camera, I would give you a better uh, picture. But I mean, if you want, this is a new series. Like this is the X-Men series 3 or something. I don't know. I used to know which series was which, but it's been 20 years since I've collected. 30 years. This one is cool. This one right here. Let me show you this one. So on the left is X-Men, middle Magneto, and on the right side is his acolytes. That was his team for a while, the acolytes. Magneto at some point had an asteroid in orbit around Earth called Asteroid M, and that's where he ruled, and that's where his acolytes lived. And I don't know what happened to that, but that was like one story. Okay, thanks for stopping in, Suration. Yeah, we're not too far from ending stream ourselves. So just wanted to show off these cards. Oh, this is the X-Men cartoon. They had this set was released after the X-Men cartoon was released, so they took stills from the show and made them into cards. Pretty cool. I think this is a whole new second set of this. I had 2 sets for this one. Yeah, no, it's just something I've had for 30 years. And I've just really not showed it since I don't stream with the cam. Just really something I've not thought about streaming. Okay, I guess. How am I going to do this? How am I going to do this? What I'll do is I'll power on the computer one time because you guys been waiting. If it boots, it boots. If not, I'm gonna either way. If it boots or not, I'll cut stream afterward. We'll go raid somebody. But yeah, I didn't expect this to take. What are we on 5 hours now? We just hit 5 hours. I really wasn't expecting to take that long. I enjoyed every minute of it. Don't be mistaken what I'm saying, but I didn't expect it to take this long because yesterday I had the really late idea of like, what if I stream from Windows, then I can use my capture card, then I can plug this machine. Oh, it was. I could connect this machine to the old machine via the capture card, and then you guys could see what I'm seeing. But what I'll do, I'll just point the camera to. I'll point my camera to the screen. So let's do this. Welcome in, main. We've just built the computer. There's a couple of pieces missing. I'm not concerned about that, but everything's all wired up. Let me, since you guys are just here, let me move this. Let me show you what the parts inside. I'll show you what's inside. We're just about to wire this up and boot it for the first time. Oh, did you play Alf? Did you seriously subject everybody to Alf? Oh, I thought you were a nice guy. Oh, speaking of nostalgia, sorry, there's one more thing. Not as nostalgic. It's not as nostalgic, but Oaz here reminded me of it. I've got my old like 5th edition and like 4th edition Magic cards. We won't go through them. We've been through them a little bit on the stream. But I've still got some of these, and they're just, you know, whatever came in packs. I didn't go and buy particular cards or go trade or anything. It's just whatever I got from the store, that's gone in here. Let me show you I guess the best card in my set. Oh, I see. Give up the wrong Chronicles. Asian Waste Wheat, or who you at? Yeah, Jester's Cap. I guess you can see it. I got this, you know, randomly. But yeah, this is probably the best card in my set. And I've never really played again. I played some friends a few times. I never played this like seriously. I never invested a bunch of money into it. This was 97. I was still in school. I didn't really have a bunch of money to spend on this thing. Okay. With no more ado. Oh, I said I was going to show you what's in the computer. So this is my processor. This is a 5600G. This has a built-in GPU. So this GPU and this one will do like 720 and 1080p gaming. Not particularly impressive, but Probably a lot better than what I've got right here with this 10-year-old computer. So this is the processor, 32 gigs of RAM. This is my motherboard's an MSI. I was shopping around. I needed something that works with Linux. I think this is going to work. All right. Thank you, Owl. Thank you for the radio once. And then this is my solid state drive, 1 terabyte. It's like the size of a stick of gum. It's tiny, very fast. Okay. Now that it's on there. I don't know if this is going to work. I think it should work. APU is about $200 something, maybe $230. Certainly not the cheapest, not the most expensive, but that was the most I was willing to pay for. Where's my other keyboard? Did it fall? Give me a second to find it. Oh, there it is. Yeah, this is what you guys been waiting for. Is it gonna blow up or is it gonna work? So we need power. We don't got no power. We need the HDMI. I'll make a spreadsheet with the prices. What I paid for it. Total is under $1,000. Probably like $950. Right. Now I need the HDMI, which I think is this one. That's not the correct one. I've got a mess of cables back here. This is just nasty. Here's a reach. Turn this around. Reach. I think I've got to turn this around. And this case is great, very spacious, but heavier than I expected. How do you say that? HDMI. Okay, power on. Oh, that's nasty. That's terrible, Cirque, man. I expected more from you. Okay. And power on. Oh, we got something. No. Nothing. The fans are on. I don't see any video. Is this the wrong? That's the monitor. Hang on. Put this down. Plug it. I hope this doesn't screw up the stream. But let me look at this other monitor. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Nothing? It's on. I feel the fan spinning, but there's something. I'm too tired to figure this out right now. Was that something? No. Oh, there we go. There we go. Just had to be patient with this thing. I can't see chat right now. I'm using the very monitor for uh, this monitor I was using to watch chat and see my stream, but yeah, it's working. I need to set it up though. I can go up to 3200 here, so I need to just go in here and figure out what the how to configure this, but it works. There's the fans, CPU. We're good, chat. It actually does work. I just need to go and set it up. Too tired, too hungry to do it right now, so thank you everyone who's kept me company during this 5-hour build. But we'll go raids. That was number 3. Sorry about that. That was number 3. Any little bump to the... Sorry about that. I hope it wasn't too loud. With my thumb. Any bump to the microphone stand sends it crashing in. I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. I don't have this thing, like, secured. So why is my... Why is my mouse not working? Yeah, same here, man. It's usually not this time consuming, but to get everything working. That's there we go. Okay, so let's see who's it's on. Probably Renaissance is we'll go raid. Let's see who's on. My keyboard isn't working either. Give me a second. Yeah, if you want to go on a raid, stick around. But if you're breaking off, then thank you for stopping by. I think we'll just send you guys to Renaissance. He was on earlier. He's playing a difficult game, and I think you guys like difficult games. You like watching other people play difficult games. This microphone. Okay, how do I do this then? How do I do this then? So, this first. Maybe we should just end it here and give up trying to get this thing to work. Well, you know what, I'll just unplug my mic and then use that. Okay, so stick around if you're wanting to raid. If not, I'll catch you later. I don't know if I'll stream again today or stream tomorrow, but I do need to get this thing set up this weekend so I can start using it. So I need to unplug the correct one. So I'll catch you guys later.